Can I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats. The Joint Committee for Housing and Finance will convene momentarily. Please take your seats and silence your listening devices. Thank you.
Good morning. Please take a seat. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please take a seat. Before we start the meeting, I just want to clarify this is a joint committee meeting between the Finance and the Housing Committee that was recessed. And we'll come back to, or we'll resume. So there will be no public comment. That public comment in this committee already happened, but there will be public comment for the regular city council meeting that will start shortly after. Just want to clarify that, just so there's no misunderstandings. And with that, I would like to officially reconvene our joint committee on the Housing and Real Estate and the Committee on Finance now is officially called to order. I'll move them down.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. We will now have a roll call to establish quorum. Vice Chair Conway. Vice Chair Mitchell. Alderman LaSpada. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Harris. Alderman Beal. Alderman Lee. Alderman Ramirez. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Moore. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Taylor. Alderman Rodriguez here. Alderman Tabares. Alderman Scott. Alderman Fuentes. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Irvin. Alderman Taliaferro. Alderman Cardona. Alderman Wagaspack. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderman Quezada. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Spizzato. Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Riley. Alderman Knudsen. Alderman Clay. Alderman Martin. Alderman Mana Hoppenworth. Alderman Haddon. Alderman Silverstein. Chair Cicho Lopez is here. Chair Dowell is here. We have Alderman Lee, we have you. Alderman Martin is here. Alderman Mitz, see you. We have a quorum. We have Alderman Robinson is here, yes. Alderman Gardner, you are not a member of the committee, but I got you as being here. We have a quorum. We have 32 members present. Alderman Hall has requested to participate remotely at today's committee meeting for reasons under provision of Rule 59. Can I have a motion to allow Alderman Hall to participate this way? So moved by Alderman Quinn.
Thank you so much.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Alderman Hall, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chairman Cicho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I just ask if you can please just lower your voices a little bit so we can quickly move on this item. I think Alderwoman Tavares.
Okay, Alderman Tabarez is here. We will count you as part of quorum. Just would like to acknowledge Alderman Yancey, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Gardner as being here but not part of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. The item before the joint committee is on the agenda. We have one item this morning. This is the substitute ordinance amending Municipal Code Chapter 2-44 by adding a new section 2-44-170, establishing a non-for-profit residential investment corporation to address housing needs by financing, acquiring, owning, and operating permanently affordable, mixed income, and environmentally sustainable housing. Substitute ordinance is 2025-00-15560. There's a substitute ordinance that has been amended and has been prepared and handed out to all the committee members. Is there a motion to accept the substitute ordinance as amended? So moved by Alderman Espada. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it with the exception of Alderman Lopez. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The substitute ordinance has been amended and is now before the joint committee and will be explained by the Commissioner of Housing, Commissioner Castañeda. Commissioner.
Good morning. After our last conversation in this chamber regarding the ordinance, we went back and had some further conversations with labor partners and others, and Jung Yoon from the mayor's office will now walk through the substitutions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, my name is Jung Yoon, Chief of Policy. Before you, you should have a substitute as amended, and I'm going to walk you through the changes that have been made with continued feedback from members of this body as well as our labor partners to highlight the changes before you. On page, where am I starting? On page 6, in response to questions of ethics, we have added to Section G, Conflicts of Interest, subsection 5, the provision that reads, all directors shall be subject to the provisions of Chapter 2-156, and in the event of any conflict between the provisions of this subsection and the Chapter 2-156, the more restrictive provisions will control. In addition to other concerns brought by committee, we have strengthened Section T, cooperation with the OIG, that now reads, the corporation, including all directors, advisory committee members, officers, and employees of the corporation, shall have a duty to cooperate with the City of Chicago Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, in any investigation, audit, or review undertaken by the OIG with respect to the performance of the directors, advisory committee members, officers, and employees of the corporation, any projects financed or supported by the corporation, and any programs or operations undertaken by the corporation.
June, what page are you on?
Oh, sorry, page 8.
8.
My apologies. Section T, cooperation with the OIG. At the red line? My apologies. I was looking at the clean version. I'm sorry about that. I'll look at the red line.
T is on page 9, June.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. My apologies. So we're looking at Section T, cooperation with the OIG. The corporation, including all directors, advisory committee members, officers, and employees of the corporation, shall have a duty to cooperate with the City of Chicago Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, in any investigation, audit, or review undertaken by the OIG with respect to the performance of the directors, advisory committee members, officers, and employees of the corporation, any projects financed or supported by the corporation, and any programs or operations undertaken by the corporation, all in order to detect and prevent misconduct, inefficiency, and waste within the programs and operations of the corporation. In the course of an investigation by the OIG upon the OIG's request, the corporation's premises, equipment, personnel, books, records, and papers shall be made available as soon as practicable to the OIG for the avoidance of doubt for the purposes of Section 2-56-050A4. The corporation shall be deemed to be a contractor providing services to the city. We have also strengthened Section U, gifts. Gifts to directors shall be subject to Section 2-156-142 and any other gift policies adopted by the board. We have added a Section V, annual audits. The corporation shall ensure the annual audits of the corporation are conducted in compliance with applicable law. So those are the requests made directly by members of this committee, and now I'm going to go back a section to page 6. This is the part of the agreed to upon language with our labor partners. Section I, staff and financial support. The department is authorized to provide such operating capital to the corporation as may be required to accomplish its purpose as described in subsection C, which is the purpose clause of the ordinance, subject to the availability of appropriated funds. The department shall provide and the corporation shall receive the staff who provide services to the department substantially similar to those required to fulfill the corporation's purpose as described in subsection C. For purposes of this subsection, staff shall mean staff of the department who are not managerial, supervisory, or confidential employees. We have made changes to Section M, authority to enter into agreements. Page 8. The commissioner or a designee or successor thereof, the authorized DOH officer, is hereby authorized, subject to approval by the Corporation Council, to enter into and execute such agreements and instruments and perform any and all acts as shall be necessary or advisable in connection with the implementation of loans or grants to the corporation. The authorized DOH officer is hereby authorized, subject to the approval of the Corporation Council, to negotiate any and all terms and provisions in connection with loans or grants which further the purpose of the corporation. Notwithstanding the foregoing, with respect to any applicable agreements for the department to provide staff support to the corporation, such agreements shall comply with subsection I, which I just reviewed. And then finally, we have added Section W, labor peace agreement. To the extent permitted under applicable law, the corporation shall be required to enter into a labor peace agreement with any labor organizations representing or seeking to represent the corporation's employees. As used in this subsection, labor peace agreement means a written agreement between the corporation and any labor organization representing or seeking to represent the corporation's employees that A, prohibits the labor organization and its members from engaging in work stoppages, boycotts, picketing, or any other activity that may interfere with or hinder the operations of the corporation. B, contains commensurate provisions on the part of the corporation to ensure labor peace as may be agreed upon by the parties. And C, contains a means of amicably and finally resolving disputes between the corporation and its employees. And that concludes the amendments that have been made since we last convened on Monday.
Thank you, June. Alderman Clay and Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez have joined us and will be counted towards quorum. Alderman Mosley has requested remote participation under Rule 59. Can I get a motion to allow him to participate? So moved by Alderman LaSpada. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion carries. I'd like to confirm that Alderman Mosley has joined us.
Present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are any questions from members of the committee regarding the amended substitute ordinance? Okay. Alderman Lopez, followed by Alderman Lee, followed by Alderman Irvin. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, and good morning to both committees. I'm a little perturbed this morning with this substitute. I asked twice in as many days for language, got nothing. I know I spoke at length about my concerns, particularly around management fees, construction caps, things of that nature, as well as some of the legal issues of incorporating and then us being held hostage to a creation that we cannot amend later legally. Was that included in any of these amendments here?
We have included bylaws in your packet.
With respect to what I asked from the other day, was anything that I brought up during committee included in this amendment to the substitute?
No, sir.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair and Chairman, two chairmen, excuse me, I will not be in support of this. I think there's a lot of issues that are still unresolved. Top of mind for me is the fact that we do not have clarification that once we create this not-for-profit, that we're going to be able to amend it through the municipal code and have them act as to what the law says here in the city of Chicago. I think conceptually there's plenty of opportunity to move forward, but this artificial rush and this selective engagement of who you want to work with in this body gives me great pause. So I would urge my members to say no and work on something more collaboratively that benefits all of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lee, followed by Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks again. I know more work has continued on this, and I know people have been hustling to get stuff done, and I know that an agreement's been reached with labor. Yeah, I have a few questions. I share the sentiment about feeling very rushed with this. We just got this substitute this morning, and I'm not comfortable voting on this currently, but I'm going to ask my questions. So on page 6, item G5, the new edition, we're referring to chapter 2-156. What is chapter 2-156?
I would refer to Jim McDonald from Corporation Counsel.
For the record, my name is Jim McDonald. I'm a managing deputy corporation counsel in the law department. Chapter 2-156 is the ethics ordinance.
The ethics ordinance, thank you. It's generally why we like to have a little bit of time to read through stuff here. The next section here, down section I, I know we read
Alderman
through.
Lee, could you just move your mic?
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 6, item I, staff and financial support. I know we read through what the red line is. I need to understand what this means. The department shall provide and the corporation shall receive staff. Can someone just explain this to me in layman's terms? I'm not trying to be difficult. I really want to understand what this means.
Yes, happy to. This is language to affirm that this is not an effort to privatize current Department of Housing employees, and should there be employees of the Residential Investment Corporation that do substantially similar services as the Department of Housing employees, the Department of Housing employees will perform those job duties.
Okay, thank you. On page 9 with the annual audits, and I don't know if this was mentioned someplace else under item V, thank you for including this. This is something that I raised the last time we had a hearing about ensuring the compliance with audits. Will these be made publicly available as well?
Yes, Alderwoman. On page 7, under section K, annual reporting, which begins on page 6, we have added annual reporting to the Committee on the Housing and Real Estate with a number of items required to be reported on, and we have added section 4, a copy of the annual audit prepared in accordance with subsection 5.
Okay.
Or subsection V, excuse me.
Thank you. And as far as the labor peace agreement goes, this in essence just gives us a way forward if anything is raised ultimately in terms of a conflict?
That's right. That is a commitment that the Residential Investment Corporation will enter into any labor peace agreement as required by a labor organization.
And then the issues that were raised by Alderman Riley about the OIG.
Yes, those have been addressed. And I can start from the beginning. So the first was, again, the inclusion of all directors being subject to Chapter 2-156, the ethics ordinance that's found on page 6. In our conversations with the OIG, we have made an edit to subsection J on quarterly reporting so that the report goes to the full Finance Committee to avoid any doubt there. Then we have added language to subsection T found on page 9 of cooperation with the OIG. I'll just skip to the red line at the bottom. For the avoidance of doubt, for the purposes of section 2-56-050A4, which is the section of the code that governs the OIG's powers and authorities, the corporation shall be deemed to be a contractor providing services to the city. And within that chapter, there's enumerated the rules and regulations and how that is enforced and investigated. And then we've strengthened, again, with feedback from the OIG, section U on gifts to make it clear that all directors are subject to the gift provisions in section 2-156-142 of the code.
So this is just for directors, not for any of the subsequent committees that are proposed to be formed?
That is correct, because the committees are advisory in nature.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. I mean, again, this is a lot, and thank you for going through every single one of those. You know, I'll just lead with my real discomfort with the desire of the administration to have a vote on this today. I do not want to be on the record for voting against an effort that would bring more housing. But I do believe that the devil's in the details, and I'm not asking for 6 months, I'm asking for a few more weeks so that we make sure that we have fully cooked this chicken dinner that we want to serve to everybody, not get anybody sick. You know, and with that, if there, barring any other questions, I would make a motion to hold this in committee.
Alderman Irvin, followed by Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, real quickly, I just want to thank staff for listening to the pieces that are brought up by committee, incorporating them, and also working with our partners in labor to get us to where we are today. While it's not everything that everybody fully wants, I think this is something that will provide the city and the Department of Housing an additional tool to place some levels of affordability in communities that need it, and also give our residents opportunities to live in communities otherwise they may not have the opportunity to live in. With that, I see that my colleague has raised questions. After that, I move to pass.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Vice Chair Mitchell has joined us and will be counted towards quorum. Alderman Riley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to remind folks that Alderwoman Lee made a motion to hold this in committee, which I will also renew at the end of my comments. But I guess a question for the administration. Is the Inspector General satisfied with the ethics provisions in the revised ordinance?
Roll call sheet. Okay, so
We met with the OIG yesterday, and Law has taken all of that feedback in and had a conversation walking through those changes and
I
amendments.
understand they had a conversation, but the question was, is the Inspector General satisfied with the revisions that you made in the ordinance related to ethics? I think I know the answer. It's a yes or a no answer.
I'll defer to the Corporation Counsel.
Great.
Jim McDonald again. I've had a discussion with the Inspector General. I will not speak for what the Inspector General's attitude is, but I think she understands what changes we were making and responds to the comments.
So I'm not going to get an answer. Well, I can tell you, I've heard from the Inspector General, and the good news is that this is an ordinance that can work if we put the proper time into it. But there are still remaining issues here related to ethics, and I think that's something that we've heard over and over again in this very compressed time frame that you all have asked us to consider this ordinance. And it's frustrating when we get these evasive answers, which has been kind of par for the course on this ordinance. The OIG says that no, we've got issues when it comes to things like who do you have a fiduciary duty to if you work for the city but are also sitting on this board? Is it a fiduciary duty to the nonprofit that is essentially protected from lots of transparency provisions that apply to the city council and city employees? Or do you have a fiduciary duty to the city? Or do you have both? And if you have two fiduciary duties to two different entities, which one wins the jump ball? Has anyone spoken with the Board of Ethics about this latest revision, this revision we received just this morning, minutes ago?
Alderman, we'd like to address the fiduciary duty question because we have addressed that.
Well, not to the satisfaction of the Inspector General, who is the expert on that and the person who has to live within that part of the code. And if that person can't enforce the ethics code as we all want it to apply here, that's a real issue. So I'm going to stick with the subject matter expert, who is our Inspector General. Now, have you spoken to the Board of Ethics about this latest revision? And have they provided you with feedback, comments, the thumbs up?
We are subjecting the corporation to the entirety of the ethics code. If the Board of
Ethics... That's not
Ethics...
the question that I asked. I asked you, did you have a conversation with the Board of Ethics, and have they told you in the affirmative that these revisions will address the concerns we all have raised about transparency and ethics? It's a yes or a no question.
No, sir.
Sorry, what was the answer?
No.
No. Look, I've said this
We are
before.
subjecting the entire
Excuse
corporation...
me, I'm speaking, ma'am. I've said this before, that this is a good idea, and this is something that I would love to support. I still, to this day, do not understand why we are in this sprint to get this done when a week or two of more conversations with the folks that we want to weigh in on this and tell us this is okay and proper, the folks that manage ethics for the city. I don't understand why today is this incredible deadline. This could be in a very impactful ordinance. And again, the issues that have been raised here are not insurmountable. The Inspector General's office has told us these can be solved. But once again, here we are with a rush job. And whenever this body rushes something, we get it wrong. And I think we owe it to the taxpayers to take the extra week or two. We can always come back. We've had more city council meetings under this administration than I can remember under the last 3. So we're available. We're here practically 3 times a week. We're council meetings these days, it seems. So call us back when the good work has been done and let us all sign off on this program. I'm really glad that you worked out your differences with AFSCME. That was important to me as well. but that's only half the job. And so, again, the evasiveness, the lack of transparency in this conversation about what could be an impactful ordinance is frustrating to me and many of my colleagues. So I don't want to vote against this today either. But you got to do your work. You got to do your work. And so, Madam Chair, I renew the motion to hold this in committee.
Right, we have taken the motion under advisement and would like to have Alderman Vasquez, who is the last person that has raised his hand for questions, and then Chairman Cicho Lopez will entertain the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Chairman. I know everyone's got their points. Because we have the Inspector General here, I'd like to hear from the Inspector General as far as her take on it. Back here. Sorry, I'm pointing. It came a little too dramatic, but would we be able to hear from the Inspector General?
We would ask Inspector General Witzberg, can you come to the mic very quickly? We have a City Council meeting we need to get to.
That worked out. You like it? Yeah, that was good. You like that? Brilliant.
Good morning.
All right, man. So glad to see you.
That felt very dramatic when I turned around and did the point. I was like, trying not to go down.
Alderman Mana Hoppenworth, while she's coming into the box, do you have a point of information, or did you wanted to?
I would like to listen.
You want to speak? Okay. So after Alderman Vasquez, we will come to you, and then we will entertain the motion.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate the questions here. And we had some conversations yesterday afternoon with the Department of Housing. We had some conversations this morning with the Department of Law. I appreciate all of that. I think that some important changes have been made between last night and this morning, addressing some of those concerns. One of the major concerns we raised was whether, in fact, OIG would have investigative jurisdiction over this body. There was clear language on a duty to cooperate that is different from legal authority to investigate. And so one of the changes made this morning was to describe this corporation as a contractor of the City of Chicago for purposes of OIG's jurisdiction. That solves one set of problems. I think that clarifies our authority to issue, to investigate, in fact, to have legal authority to investigate. It clarifies our ability to issue subpoenas. It clarifies that all directors of this corporation would have a legal duty to report misconduct to OIG. People would have whistleblower protection. That solves one set of problems. However, another set of our concerns around enforceability and applicability of the city's ethics rules has been, the attempt to resolve that here has been by way of adding a provision that says that the corporation and or the directors of the corporation would be subject to the ethics ordinance in its entirety, section 2-156 of the municipal code. That section of the municipal code, however, does not, as a general proposition, apply to contractors. It governs the conduct of city employees and city officials, and not always to both the same way. There is more work to be done about how we would take the ethics ordinance in its entirety, which is not written to apply to contractors, and apply it to an entity that has been rendered a contractor by statutory language. One of the concerns I have about that is that the ethics ordinance imposes upon employees and officials of the city a fiduciary duty to the city. This ordinance imposes on directors and employees of the corporation a fiduciary duty to the corporation. I do not read this ordinance to be clear on the applicability of the ethics ordinance fiduciary duty. There is a provision here that says that seems to permit a situation in which a single person has a fiduciary duty on both sides of a transaction here, both a fiduciary duty to the city and a fiduciary duty to the corporation. And it says that in those situations, the primary duty is to the city. From an enforcement perspective, I am not sure how we would go about enforcing fiduciary duty on both sides of a transaction where one purports to be superior to the other and where the statutory authority for a fiduciary duty to the city says it applies in one place and doesn't apply in another. Because I don't think we have clarified here whether, for purposes of ethics enforcement, directors of this corporation are contractors, which we say in one place, or officials or employees, which they would have to be for applicability of the ethics ordinance. The question, I think, about consultation with the Board of Ethics is critical from a pragmatic enforcement perspective. There was a lot of recent conversation, which you all will recall, about whether rules on the books around ethics restrictions could necessarily be enforced. So there's an executive order restricting contributions by lobbyists, and there was a determination by the Board of Ethics that it had no enforcement mechanism for that rule, rendering it moot. I would want to ensure that the Board of Ethics was satisfied that these provisions applying wholesale, the ethics ordinance, were in fact enforceable, or else we are in a situation where we have unenforceable rules which are a little worse than no rules at all. So those are my remaining questions.
Thank you, Inspector General. I'd like to invite our Corporation Counsel, Justin Edge, to talk about the Not-for-Profit Act.
Chairing this committee.
Excuse me. We will have the Corporation Counsel to respond. I would like to get through the last two people who have questions, which are actually two people want to speak, Alderman Martin and Alderman Mana Hoppenworth. You have a point of information, so let's get your point of information out first.
Thank you, Chair. General, I was wondering if, to your knowledge, there are any other nonprofit-like entities for which these issues have or haven't been resolved?
We talked about this a little bit with the Department of Housing last night. I think that is a good question and is one which with some time, I think everybody could consider. The one that we talked about specifically was the Low Income Housing Trust. The enabling ordinance for the Low Income Housing Trust was passed in 1989. That was the year OIG came into existence, and so I think, and it makes no mention of ethics rules or the applicability of ethics rules. And so that one does not look to me like a helpful comparator to work through some of these issues. I imagine that there are others. I think that would be a helpful way to work through these questions.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. If I could get Justin Edge, the Assistant Corporation Counsel, to respond to what he has heard, then I would like to turn it back to Alderman Cicho Lopez to deal with the motion that was made by Alderman Lee.
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Edge, Assistant Corporation Counsel for Department of Law. Thank you, Inspector General, for we've had a short period of time to work together, and it's been nice that we've been able to have several back and forths in a short period of time, and thank you for recognizing the changes that we have made. I'm going to specifically speak to fiduciary duties, and in that regard, this is the way I would summarize it. This is just a matter of the many levels of layers of law that we have, right? We've got an ordinance that we're looking at here, an ordinance which in one place says, for the purposes of interpreting Section 256, we're going to call ourselves a contractor. Okay? That was what we used to sweep this organization within the investigative powers of the Inspector General fully. When it gets to questions of fiduciary duties, though, it really doesn't matter how we choose to define for interpretation of one small piece of interpretation of one area of the code or not, nor so does it matter what we choose to say in an individual ordinance. Fiduciary duties are defined by common law almost exclusively, which is a matter of interpretation of the Illinois General Not-for-Profit Corporation Act of 1986. There is ample common law that explains that fully. And it falls basically in line with every other standard that anyone learned about any other state. There are very few variations to it. When I've had experience creating nonprofits before where there was this difficulty of an individual elected official wearing two hats. I will tell you that there are many times in which this question is kicked down the road and not even dealt with, as well as stating unequivocally, your primary duty for at least these members is in this direction, But by choosing to opt into the ethics ordinance, while we are opening up the organization to quite a bit of voluntary, I mean, we're in the negotiation, we are by choice opting into an entire chapter and quite a few duties that are beyond what a normal director of a not-for-profit corporation would have. Behind all of that are the fiduciary duties, which I would just say are ultimately a matter of state law, as cases going back for the Illinois Supreme Court, since I referred to cases back to the 1870s. That's what I would say, is that is ultimately what determines the fiduciary duties, and so ultimately those are owed, and those the stacking of those principles, while I understand there may be some split duties, there is plenty of case law explaining how to deal with exactly that. By defining that the primary for the elected officials is in fact to the city, I believe that helps, makes it very clear. To the other directors, it is primarily to the corporation. By just choosing to opt into the definition for purposes of inclusion in 256, 256, by choosing to opt into that, into working with the Inspector General, we're not changing the nature of fiduciary duties.
Thank you.
Is there anything else to add?
No, that's all from the Department of Law.
It's fine. I saw Jeff Levine go over there, so I was I get a little worried when I see that.
I just stopped before Jeff reached me, but I was done and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Alderman Manon Hoppenworth.
Thank you. I just had a comment, Chair and chairs. I appreciate thank you for being here, OIG and Laura, and also want to commend my colleagues for bringing all these questions to the table. It is very much appreciated. I want to also thank our labor partners because we have to move forward to help our housing crisis now. We can't wait. We have too many people who have been struggling, not just today, but for many years, and we don't see a future in sight in which my own kids can afford to live in the neighborhood that they grew up in. We can't wait. I am not here to wait. I came to get stuff done, and I appreciate all the conversations that have been had. Collaboration across advocates, the administration, and you all here. We need to move forward. We're in a housing crisis, not just in Chicago, but globally. In Edgewater, we have 62% renters, and 51% of them are cost burdened. That means they're spending more than 30% of their income on rent. We have a loss of population. We have a spike in rents. And we want young people and families to choose Chicago. We have tools in our toolbox. It's not enough. We have to strengthen what we have, but we also have to add to it. And this is a new way to unlock an abundance of housing. It's what we want. It's what we need. We're talking about living in our values of Chicago, where I am a product of Chicago. Chicago everything.
Thank you, Alderman.
I also want to say that, again, this body has a responsibility to help where the market cannot fix our problems. So I call on us to bring those solutions forward. Thank you.
Please, let's refrain from making comments while another alderman is speaking. Alderman Happenworth.
He's done.
Chair.
So we have a motion, by Alderwoman Lee to hold this item. So we're gonna go with the motion, we're gonna take a roll call, and I just ask everybody to please be respectful in these chambers. We start, so we start with your members? Vice Chair Conway. Vice Chair, yes. Vice Chair Mitchell? Yes. Alderman Lespada? No. Alderman Hopkins? Alderman Robinson? Alderman Robinson? See him? He come back. Alderman Hall?
No.
Alderwoman Harris? Yes. Alderman Beal? Alderwoman Lee? Alderwoman Ramirez? Alderman Quinn? Alderman Lopez? Alderman Moore? Alderman Moore, come back. Alderman Curtis? Alderman O'Shea? Alderwoman Taylor? Alderman Mosley? Alderman Rodriguez? Oh, Alderman Mosley?
No.
Could you repeat that, Alderman Mosley?
No.
No, okay.
Alderman Rodriguez? Alderwoman Tavares? Alderwoman Scott? Alderperson Fuentes? Alderman Burnett? Alderman Irving? Alderman Irving? No. Alderman Taliaferro? Alderman Cardona? Alderman Wagispack? Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez? Alderman Quesada? Alderman Villegas? Alderman Mitz? Alderman Esposado? Alderman Vasquez? Alderman Riley? Alderman Knudsen? Alderwoman Clay? Alderman Martin? Alderwoman Happenworth? Alderwoman Haddon? And Alderwoman Silverstein? Tavares votes yes. And Irving, no. Carbona, no. Oh, yeah. Alderman Moore? No. Alderman Robinson? And Alderman Hall?
Alderman Hall said no.
Robinson is a no.
Alderman and Hall said no, right?
Hall said no. Vice Chair Chair Dowell is a yes.
Chair Sigcho Lopez is a no.
What do you have?
Right? Just double checking. So we have 19 yes and 17 no's. The item will be holding committee. There being no further business before the joint committee, can I get a motion to adjourn? So move by Alderman Chico. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The joint committee on housing, real estate, and finance has been adjourned.
Recording in progress.
It's 2023-2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49. '27 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior in speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted.
Check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2.
Exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches will be permitted and are subject to search. Held food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
Good morning, members of the City Council. Please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly. Thank you.
Good morning. The council will come to order. Mr. Clerk, could you please call a quorum roll call? Oh.
Good morning. Good morning, City Council. The quorum is now open. The quorum is now open. Please use your e-device. The quorum is now open. Please raise your hand if you need support. The quorum is now open. Need some support? Where's... Okay. Where's my team? Aaron. Oh. Laspada. Aaron Laspada, too. Roberto. Laspada. I mean, not Laspada. Spasato. Alderman Spasato, yeah. Oh, Ian's got him.
Thought he did.
All right, I will now call on those for a voice vote if you've not used your e-device. Alderman Laspada. Alderman Laspada is present. Alderman Hopkins. Hopkins is present. Alderwoman Dow. Dow is present. Alderman Robinson. Robinson is present. Alderman Yancey. Yancey is present. Alderman Hall. Hall is not present. Alderman Mitchell. Mitchell is present. Alderman Beal. Beal is present. Alderwoman Coleman. Coleman is present. Alderman David Moore. Moore is present. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is not present. Alderman O'Shea. O'Shea is present. Alderman Mosley. Mosley is not present. Oh, wait. Alderman Mosley is present. Alderman Rodriguez. Rodriguez is present. Alderwoman Tabaras. Tabaras is present. Alderwoman Scott. Scott is present. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is present. Alderman Talaferro. Not present. Alderman Cardona. Cardona is present. Alderman Conway. Oh, you just came in. Alderman Vasquez. Vasquez. Oh, Vasquez is not present. Alderman Knudsen. Knudsen's present. Alderman Lawson. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Clay is present. Alderman Martin. Martin is present. Alderwoman Silverstein. Silverstein not present in chambers. 44-6.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 44 members that are present, so we do have a quorum roll call. Are there any alders that have requested to participate remotely?
Yes.
Can I see that list, please? The following alders have requested to participate remotely: Lawson, Silverstein, and Curtis, and Hall. Madam Clerk, could you confirm their presence virtually?
Yes. Alderman Mosley is now present in chambers. Alderman Lawson.
Present.
Lawson is present. Alderwoman Silverstein.
Present.
Silverstein is present. Alderman Curtis.
Present.
Curtis is present. And Alderman Hall.
Present.
Hall is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Those requests, again, to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation? Very good. There's a motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please add those members to the present roll call. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
President, I'd like to be added as present for purposes of a quorum today.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please add Alderman Taliaferro as present. Welcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our invocation, which will be delivered today by Pastor Donovan Price of Solutions and Resources.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today knowing that you can do everything, because we need some everything to be done. We need some anything to be done. And God knows we need some something to be done. Heavenly Father, we know that we might think we know how to love. We might think we know how to hope. We might think we know joy, but the fact of the matter is there is no love without you. There is no hope without you. There is no joy without you. And so right now, Heavenly Father, all of the things that you have for us, all of the things that you've made within us, all of the things that you have planned for us, we claim those things on the level that you and only you can give. Heavenly Father, we come to you today knowing that although we have many people with many ideas and many agendas and many thoughts and many things they think that they invented and things that they think that only they can do, we know that only you are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And so right now, we're just proclaiming a Jesus blast over this city. Right now, in the name of Jesus, I'm proclaiming peace like never before over this city. Some mother is crying right now. Some seat is empty in a classroom because the student got shot and killed last night. Heavenly Father, but there is a truth. There is a balm in Gilead. There is something out there. If we could just stand together, if we could hold hands together, hold hearts together, hold minds together, hold spirits together, and hold each other. Heavenly Father, we know that you can. We know that you will. And oh God, when we look at the news, we know that you must. Right now, I pray for each and every individual under the sound of my voice. Bless them right now, Lord. From the top of their head to the soles of their feet, bless them right now, Lord. Heavenly Father, we need strength right now. And with that strength, we need somebody who can stand up right now. Stand up for somebody. Hold somebody. Push somebody else forward instead of always trying to jump in front yourself. Right now, we know, Lord, that you and only you can make the change we need. And as the songwriter said, if we ever needed the Lord before, we sure do need him now. And so with the little breath that we might have in our lungs, we say thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all that you've done so far. But we thank you, Lord, for what you're doing now. And oh God, we're claiming the victory on what you're going to do. We glorify you. We praise you. And in everything that we say, and in everything that we do, with the strength we have, with the knowledge we have, with everything within our little bodies and within our lives, may God be glorified. May the Spirit be edified. And oh, Lord, may Satan be horrified. In Jesus' precious name, amen, amen, amen. Now give God a hand clap.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, this is the portion of the meeting. Can we have some, just quiet in the chambers, please? Quiet in the chambers, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Quiet in the chambers, please. This is the portion of the meeting for public comments. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. Our first speaker this morning is Kathy Treg.
Kathy Treg is not in Zoom.
Our next speaker is Gina Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gina Ramirez. I am a third-generation resident of the 10th Ward, and I am here today to urge the City Council to vote yes on the Hazel M. Johnson Cumulative Impacts Ordinance. Thank you to all the aldermen that are co-sponsoring this important ordinance and Mayor Johnson for moving this forward at a time when the feds are rolling back protections. This policy is long overdue, and it is essential for protecting public health, advancing environmental justice, and creating a more equitable and sustainable city. For far too long, the southeast side of Chicago has been a sacrifice zone for industry. Waking up to the smell of garbage, calling in reports of dusty streets, and ordering my children to roll up their windows to mask the foul smells highlight that we are not just facing one source of pollution, but many. Layer upon layer of environmental hazards are making people sick, shortening lives, and reinforcing deep-rooted racial and economic disparities. A cumulative impact ordinance would change that by requiring the city to consider the total burden of pollution and environmental stressors when issuing permits, not just the impact of a single facility in isolation. This is a common sense, data-driven approach that aligns with what science and lived experience tell us. Multiple exposures lead to compounded harm. This ordinance is about protecting people, especially children like my 10-year-old Evan and my 10-month-old Miles, seniors and those with chronic health conditions from preventable harm. We know that asthma rates, heart disease, and even premature death are significantly higher in overburdened communities. Families are losing loved ones far too soon. That is the reality. That is the cost of doing nothing. Let me be clear, this ordinance is not anti-business. It is a public health safeguard and a tool for smarter development. It does not block economic opportunity or ban anything. It encourages businesses to operate responsibly and to locate in areas that can handle new development without making people sick. In fact, clean air and healthy communities are foundational to long-term economic stability. When people are healthy, they can work. When neighborhoods are safe and livable, they attract investment. It says, if you want to do business in this city, you need to be a good neighbor. You need to consider who's already carrying the burden, and you need to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. A cumulative impact ordinance won't erase the damage that's already been done, but it will stop us from repeating the same mistakes. It will help us build a healthier, more just city where your zip code doesn't determine where you can breathe clean air. My children deserve a better future growing up in the 10th Ward than me. Chicago has an opportunity to lead here. My question to you, City Council, is will you be on the right side of history? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. Our next speaker is Patrick Cleary. Our next speaker is Patrick Cleary. Our next speaker is Anthony Martin.
Please press *6 to unmute.
Okay. Hello? Okay. Oh, Honorable City Council?
Welcome. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, my name is Tony Martin. I'm a chief of the Chicago Fire Department and member of the union. As you all know, the Chicago Fire Department has gone approximately 4 years without a contract. Also, as you know, I mean, the things that we're asking for, in our contract are not necessarily about us as firemen. It's about the people of the city of Chicago. It's not about greed, it's about need. We need ambulances. We have the busiest ambulance in the United States of America in the city of Chicago. All right? And we still have people that, are waiting for ambulances excessive periods of time. That needs to stop. And the only way that can stop is if we put more ambulances in service. Additionally, Alderman, you know that our rigs are in terrible shape. Just go visit a firehouse in your ward and look at the age and condition of those rigs. You've got tape all over them. We have videos of smoke coming from these rigs, and wheels falling off the rigs, and several of them have actually started on fire. We need safe rigs, so not only can we get there, but we can get there safely. Additionally, the other things that we're concerned about is training. We want to have the best trained fire department. Many of our counterparts throughout the country have a fully staffed academy where people are trained continuously throughout their careers. This is not just about firemen wanting things for firemen. This is about us. We live in this city. We're proud of this city. We love this city. And just like you, we should all want to have the right number of ambulances to serve the citizens of the city. We should have rigs that we can all be proud of. I mean, we always put our company logos on these rigs, and we were proud of them. Now, just the condition of them, it's deplorable, and we want to have the best training. And lastly, obviously, without a contract, we haven't had a raise in 4 years. We would like a fair wage. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the city, to speak before you, and request that every member of the city council and the mayor get involved to address this issue so it's resolved fairly and equitably for everybody. It's good for the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Adam Schwartz.
Adam Schwartz is not in Zoom.
Our next speaker this morning is George Blakemore.
Listen here. This is a cesspool here. What is their political party? They're all Democrats. What? No two-party system? No check and balance? No. Well, who's at the bottom of the social, economic, and a caste system? The black ones. The black ones. When I signed up, somebody wanted Mr. Blakemore to speak. This is all rigged, but somebody don't like what's happening here. And they say, we're going to let Mr. Blakemore speak, and they winked. Racism! Nepotism! Right here, but you got black faces in high places selling them out, selling you out. Racism is the big problem here. Mr. Blakemore, you got on that red hat. Are you Trump? You know what happened? I said, I got to go somewhere. I can't stay with blue. So I went red, you see. On my way to Freedom Land, going black. Go to the black ghetto. No economic development. Go to their schools. They ghetto schools. Did you see white children trying to get in your school? No. Why don't they? Go to CBS and Lane Tech. Racism. Somebody said, I want to hear that old wrinkle man. I want to see that old wrinkle man. Racism on the plantation. You know what the white man created? An inn. An old inn. Selling their people out in your mama's house. But we got some black people wanting me to speak here. That just didn't happen, and I'm doing racism or one-party system. That's fascist. That's communist. All daddies in the house and don't have no mamas, no community. Something wrong with that. Go to the ghetto. No economic development. And I saw y'all running up there, shaking their hands, selling you out. 3,000 and 4,000 vacant lots in your neighborhood. Is something wrong with us? There's something wrong with black people. You got a mental problem. Your problem is right here on the plantation. You know what the white man made an end. Patty Harris fell in love with her enemy. Thank you. You loving them, they don't love you. They don't like you. They don't have the same background. They've never been enslaved in America. They still on the plantation. So they don't think like you. They don't act like you. Now,
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Giovanna Alvarez.
Good morning. Today, I'm humbled to be here speaking on behalf of stray and homeless animals. These beautiful living beings without any political affiliations, and they don't speak the human language. However, they speak a language of love. They have an enormous capacity to support and care for humans. These animals deserve a dignified life. According to the Chicago Municipal Code, the mayor is responsible for the management of city officials and services. Additionally, the Illinois Compiled Statutes, Chapter 10, Section 72.01F, dictates that animal control means the facility operated by or under the contract of the state, county, or any municipal corporation or political subdivision of the state, with the purpose of impounding, harboring, seized stray animals, homeless and abandoned unwanted dogs, cats, or others. The current administration is failing to fulfill these legalities. For 2 years, the Chicago Animal Care and Control has been lacking an executive director. Currently, the Animal Control Department is operating at a minimum level. Customer service in person, over the phone, and virtual is minimum. Furthermore, animal intakes are also limited to injured or newborn animals. Recently, the practice towards cats is to leave the healthy ones on the street. This is inhumane and cruel. I don't understand how do we have the nerve to have a prey when we don't care about God's creatures, including animals. In the City of Chicago 2025 budget, there's a $7,519,976 for animal care. What is preventing this administration from fulfilling the executive director position? There's people sitting in this room, including me, that we feed stray animals out of our pockets. The city is not investing on us. So, Major Johnson, I'm recalling your oath on May 15, 2023. Today, 703 days after your oath, you are not fulfilling the position. You say that you will honor this to the best of your ability. Is this the best of your ability? I like to conclude my intervention asking for this not to be a citizen monologue. I like the issue to be addressed. I like my taxes to show on animals. I didn't choose to support illegals. I didn't choose to support delinquents. I'm choosing to defend animals, and I'm doing this out of my pocket. So I'm asking you to fulfill your position and respect my money, my intelligence, and my demands as a citizen. Also, I'd like to make a formal call through the media for the federal government and for DOSH to intervene and conduct a deep audit on Chicago's administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Kathy Gregg.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Gregg, and I'm here representing Streeterville Neighborhood Advocates. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We are facing a crisis that cannot wait. Teen takeovers in our city have escalated into gun violence. People are being shot, and the safety of our community is rapidly deteriorating. We need action now. I urge this council and Mayor Johnson to support an 8 p.m. curfew for unaccompanied minors in the downtown business districts, including Streeterville. This isn't about criminalizing youth, it's about keeping them safe, keeping the downtown livable, and supporting the businesses that keep this city running. Everything that this city has to offer is available to all, including unaccompanied minors, before 8 p.m. Streeterville is the corridor to Navy Pier, the busiest tourist attraction in the city, with 9 million people visiting annually and home to an AMC movie theater. Both venues already enforce age restrictions for unaccompanied minors because, for other reasons you can find on their websites, this includes safety and order for the sake of their patrons, vendors, and staff. Over the past few years, teen takeovers have been amplified by influencers on social media. These unlicensed and highly organized efforts draw hundreds of unsupervised youth into the loop along the lakefront beaches and parks and neighborhoods. The influence encourages theft, vandalism, assault on bystanders, infighting amongst the teens, rioting, and now tasing, and gun violence for all likes, followers, and shares on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Of course, most kids do not carry guns or tasers or have the intent to do harm at these meetups, but they all have their phones. Passersby and tourists do too. They all take videos for their own "I was there" moment. The dark appeal of chaos in public spaces goes viral, and this becomes the image of our city. As a resident, I can tell you I'm worried not just for myself, but for the business owners and their staff, for the doctors and nurses at Northwestern that change shifts at Northwestern at night, for our first responders, and for the teens in the middle of it all. They need our guidance, they need our leadership. Mayor Johnson, as a former middle school teacher, we understand your desire to ensure that these students have access to all areas of the cities. But the curfew would keep them available, during the summer and on the weekends. They need structure and boundaries and safety. I was on the school board myself in our hometown, and you know how hard it is to keep the kids learning. When they're traumatized, they can't do so. So please, please do something for us. Will you make that commitment to us? And we will help you find the structure for them for after-school programs. We commit to you, to the neighborhood advocates will commit this to you. Please make the commitment to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carlos Garcia Roman.
What is this? Good morning. My name is Carlos Garcia Roman, and Rosa is going to help me translate the issues with cats.
My name. Okay, I'm just going to read what he wrote that was translated. My name is Carlos. I am here to speak for the voiceless at Animal Care and Control. Thank you, Alderman Ray Lopez, Alderman Bill Conway, for hearing me and recognizing the crisis at hand. I implore you to look to alternative solutions to the animal crisis in our city. It has been very personal with me, specifically with CACC, that staff is either overwhelmed, burnt out, don't care, or are simply feeling defeated. It smells of death, literally, there at CACC. The Inspector General's office cites that 79% of the CACC budget is allocated to staff, which leaves little to the care for the animals. It leaves no room for programming, education, or supplies. The CACC Amazon wish list doesn't consist of just fun things like toys or treats. Rather, a dog net catcher, snake catcher net, pocket flashlights, and dustpan brooms set. Average salary is $80,000. There is not a permanent qualified director for leadership. Volunteers are afraid to speak out in fear of being let go. A petition has been put out demanding change. It is now 4,400 signatures. If you will not allocate more funding, as they do in other major cities, please consider outsourcing the care to some of the many legitimate and vetted rescue groups and leave control, along with a few others. I am holding a low-cost vaccination clinic in Mayor Burnett's ward on the west side to help keep pets at home with their families. Thank you to those of you that have pets at home.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Mary Ball. Our next speaker is Mary Ball. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Very well. Thank you very much. I do want to take a moment here to acknowledge State Representative Mike Kelly, who was in the audience today. Thank you, State Representative Mike Kelly, for being here today. There are a number of resolutions that alders have brought before us today. The first resolution I would like to acknowledge Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to recognize the many student leaders we have here from UIC. I'm blessed to have UIC, University of Illinois Chicago, in the 34th Ward. And we're blessed here to have students from the undergraduate student government, the Student Advocacy Coalition, as well as the College Democrats. And I'm just proud here that we have so many young people that are interested in public service and civic engagement here with us today. So I want to make sure to thank you all for coming, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to acknowledge them.
Very well. Please stand, the students at UIC, for being here. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you. Very well. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow for acknowledgement of Jim Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to bring forward today a resolution for James Cunningham, who is retiring or has retired from HUD as the Deputy Regional Manager or Administrator for our Midwest Great Lakes region of the United States. He was with HUD for 33 years. He's a resident of the Galewood, and he's someone that many of us know because he has worked with us on many of our projects in our wards and in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. He's joined today by his wife, Sarah Cunningham. If you would stand, Mr. Cunningham, so people can see you and acknowledge you today. Jim is joined by his wife, Sarah, his sister, Kathy Cunningham, a former sergeant in the 1st District of the Police Department, Dan Burke, former Regional Director of HUD, Courtney Miner from HUD, Lisa Dana Brennan from HUD, Seema Radhakrishnan from HUD, Kimberly Dana from HUD, and Joshua Stillman from HUD. Mr. Cunningham, Jim, we celebrate you. We thank you for your service to the city of Chicago and to the region, and we wish you well in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe your alderman wishes to speak to this acknowledgement. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too rise in celebration of Jim. Jim, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for all of your hard work. Many folks may not know your hard work in working with quite a few electeds to bring relief to the flood victims on the west side of Chicago. I sincerely thank you for that. Jim wasn't single-handedly, but played a major role in the city receiving $426 million toward that. So thank you so much for being a valued resident in the 29th Ward. You and your wife, Sarah, are very active in engaging with our office and with the residents in the Gilwood community. Again, we celebrate you on this day, and thank you so much, Jim and Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Mr.
Very well. The next acknowledgement, thank you again. Congratulations, Jim. The next acknowledgement is Alderman Mosley. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley. Chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to recognize some Jaguars from the 21st Ward. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to recognize some Jaguars from the 21st Ward. I'd like to welcome to City Council the students from Johnny Coleman Academy. They are here today with Peace for Preston. Are the students from Johnny Coleman Academy here? You want to stand and be recognized? It's always great when we get to recognize our future and the best that the city has to offer and our young folks. I'm thankful to the partnership with Dion Moon, the founder of Peace for Preston, and honor our late, great fallen officer, Ariana Preston. And again, welcome to City Council. Thank you for finding it not robbery to be here, but to learn lessons and to see civics in works. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you again to the students of Johnny Coleman. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee as she provides acknowledgement for Sikh Heritage Month.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in recognition of Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in honor of the profound contributions of the Sikh American community to our city. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the guests that we have in the chambers with us today. My computer just went out. Thank you. We have Mr. Rajinder Singh Mego, Sarwan Singh Raju, Shiva Singh Khalsa, Kuldeep Singh Makar, Jeet Singh, Dilpreet Kaur, Navjot Kaur, Kamaljit Singh, and Harinder Pal Singh. Thank you so much for being here today. April holds a special significance in our Sikh neighbors as it marks the birth month of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, founder of Sikhism and the establishment of the Khalsa order. These events epitomize Sikh values of truth, service, equality, values that we must as a city uphold. And for over a century, Sikh Americans have played a vital role in Chicago's growth and prosperity. They are also sadly among the most vulnerable populations to hate crimes. It's our collective duty to stand against all forms of discrimination, echoing Sikh founding principles of egalitarianism and respect for all. And by officially recognizing April as Sikh American Heritage Month, we reaffirm our commitment to fostering religious diversity, tolerance, and understanding in our city. And I extend my deepest gratitude to the Sikh American community for both their efforts and tireless efforts in shaping our city and insistence that we can and should do better by one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Thank you all for those resolutions. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell for the suspension of the rules temporarily for the consideration of a couple of resolutions.
Mr. President, I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so order. In the interest of time and respecting people's time, we will forego the reading of these resolutions and go straight to the remarks from City Council. Our first resolution is in recognition of the commemorating of Earth Day. Are there any alders that wish to speak to this resolution as our strong advocates and organizers take the box? The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm extremely proud to rise in support of this resolution. There are many, many people in this box I've had the privilege to work with over the last 6 years. But when Chairwoman Haddon reached out by email and said, can you think of someone from your ward that you would hope to honor, someone who has led with consistency and accountability. Within 2 minutes, I think it was in 2 minutes of receiving that email, I reached out to Marjorie Isaacson to ask if she would allow us to honor her in this space. And the funny thing is, 45 minutes later, my chief of staff independently reached out to me asking the same thing about you, Margie. In the 6 years I've had the privilege to do this job, no one has provided more consistent insight and accountability and conviction to me and to my whole team than you. Through your work with the Chicago Recycling Coalition, through your work with Open Lands, the wisdom that you've brought around everything, truly everything, from how we advance municipal composting to how we inoculate against the emerald ash borer. I'm always grateful for your leadership, because it's not about titles or salaries. It's about the conviction that you bring to your work and the way you hold me accountable and the way you truly enliven my imagination for what sustainability and what healthy, thriving communities look like on a municipal and neighborhood level. So thank you every day for what you do for me, for my team, for my daughter who continues to talk about you and the tree mulching events that we do together. I'm really looking forward to being out there in a few weeks. I'm incredibly grateful for you and for the whole box here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair failed to recognize Alderman David Moore for a brief acknowledgement and wishes to speak at this time. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
We could have finished that one up, Mr. President. We could have finished it up. First of all, I'd like to, on behalf of myself and out of the 20th Ward, Alderman Jeanette Taylor, have urban prep young men down here. Would you all please stand? I had the honor of speaking in their civics class, and then they wanted to come and be a part of City Council, Mr. Mayor, and so befitting that we're doing the curfew ordinance. They had a chance to read it, and they had some comments, so we're going to interject those comments in committee, and the chairman is going to invite them down to committee to have some comments about it so we can get their ideas and their inputs. These are some of the best of our youth, and it's important to hear their voices. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to recognize them.
Very well. Thank you, Alderman David Moore. Let's give it up one more time for our young scholars. And Alderman David Moore is certainly a well-recognized scholar, but if you're looking for a certified teacher, a social studies teacher to come to your civics class, just holler at a brother, okay? All right, back to our regular order here. Thank you again. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Hello, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody in the box. You guys embody Earth Day every day. You guys really pave the way to educate and to engage our residents. You know, we try to do what we can this month of April to do Earth Day initiatives, but you guys have fought a long-fought battle throughout decades. And it's really exciting, and I really want to acknowledge the shirt that you have on today that says, "Honor thy mother." And we have Hazel Johnson in the front of that shirt because as we call Earth, Mother Earth, I think there's no coincidence that there are all women in this box. And so thank you for upholding really the mission of what it means to be a caretaker, to love thy neighbor, to really, you know, fight for the future of our kids and our neighborhood. Thank you to everybody. And I really want to give a special shout out to Kim Wasserman, who is the director of El Vejo, who is a longtime fighter on the southwest side of Chicago, Little Village represent, but does live in the 12th Ward. She fought a long battle, a decade-long battle, to shut down 2 polluters in that neighborhood. And that doesn't go without saying that now she's here standing in the front line for an ordinance that could potentially prevent a polluter to come to our neighborhood at all. So thank you so much, Kim, for everything you have done, and I'm so excited to continue the legacy of mothers like you all, and especially the mother of environmental justice, Hazel M. Johnson. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I loved everything that my colleague just said, Alderwoman Ramirez. And thank you to all the women in the box. Thank you for everything that you do to protect our people and our planet. And thank you for working in coalition, because as we are doing things in our own neighborhoods, we know that it impacts everyone across the city of Chicago. And that's one reason why I'm really proud to honor one of you in the box, particularly Tricia Van Eck, who is sitting in the back row. And Tricia has been bringing people together for a very long time on the north side because we know that what we do matters across the city of Chicago, to bring awareness to the sacrifice zones that we cannot forget, and to bring awareness to generations to come who are going to benefit from the work that we are doing today. So thank you all that are in the box. Tricia Van Eck is a longtime resident of Edgewater and co-chair of the Edgewater Environmental Coalition, along with Renee Patton. And I'm so glad to have you here as a testament to the care that the 48th Ward has for sustainability and community and the strong bond between the two. The Edgewater Environmental Coalition has had its roots in the 48th Ward since 1990, when it was called Edgewater Beautiful. Since then, they've developed a coalition of community members and environmental stewards who bring green voice to local challenges. EEC offers opportunities for community to come together and to take action to protect our environment and green our community, including beach, dune, and park stewardship events where neighbors come together to clean and tend to our green spaces in our lakefront, parkways for pollinators, which transforms public spaces into forages and habitats for pollinators, Edgewater Community Garden, where neighbors come together to grow and share edible plants and learn from each other about planting and horticulture. In addition to your leadership with EEC, Tricia Van Eck is the founder of 6018 North, a nonprofit art space in the community neighborhood that empowers artists to work with the public to nurture creativity and build community. Many of 6018 North's exhibitions also touch on issues related to sustainability and the natural world. I've been grateful for my opportunities to visit this vibrant community space. As we come up on Earth Day 2025, I'm truly delighted to celebrate Tricia and her years of work to bring neighbors together around a shared vision for a greener world. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Maria Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hello, all my friends in the box. I want to start with a shout out to Jen Walling, 49th Ward resident. You may know her as the powerhouse executive director of the Illinois Environmental Council. And some of you, thank you for colleagues who received your constituents in your offices this week for the lobby day. This was their first lobby week around Earth Week with the Illinois Environmental Council. So I enjoyed, thank you, Jen, for bringing constituents from the 49th Ward to my office to tell me some of the things that are most important to them. Every single one of you in the box, I do like the thing you pointed out that everybody there is a woman. Fellas, where you at? Where you at? What are you doing? Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your stewardship. You are powerful voices for our future, for a future Chicago that is clean and healthy and safe for all. I know we just had our Department of Public Health before my committee a couple weeks ago talking about air quality, our air, our water, our soil, what we're breathing, what we're eating, what's we're exposed to in our homes. All of these things have a direct impact on our life expectancy, on our birth rates, on the health of each and every one of us, especially our children. And I am proud to be in partnership with you. We are so fortunate in the city of Chicago and in this city council to have you spending time with us here today, but more importantly, doing the work that you are doing in our city, holding us accountable and setting a vision for us, for what could be and how we can be better, how we can be cleaner, how we can be healthier. In the introduction of the Hazel-Johnson Cumulative Impact Ordinance, which is happening today, I know we got to stand together outside this morning, and I'll say a Chicago that is healthy and thriving is not a Chicago that is half poisoned. Half our city can't be poisoned and us be able to thrive and grow. So I know that we've got great membership on our Committee on Environmental Protection. I appreciate all our members. I feel like we might have a more environmentally conscious council than we've had previously. And I thank you for your continued work on helping us to make the better policies and the better rules for a better city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hey, Naomi. So Naomi belongs to the 20th Ward, but I knew Naomi when we went to Save Dyer High School, and what I will say to her is when we don't talk about environmental issues in the black community, her and the young lady, Cheryl, sitting next to her, talk about it all the time. And even when you don't understand it, Naomi was a person like, let me talk to you about sustainability. Let me talk to you about a walkable green mile. She was talking about that in the early 2000s, and I've always appreciated those conversations. I am so glad that you all are bringing this to our community because they talk about it the least, but we got the most polluters in the city, in our communities. And so I just appreciate all of you and the work that you do, and I am excited to work with you. Naomi has the Till House. She has honored Emmett Tills, the young man who was killed for allegedly whistling at a white woman. And so she got the house and turned it into a place where the people in the community can actually go to and see our history. And too often we don't get to own those institutions. And so I'm just grateful that she has it. Thank you to everybody in the box for the work you do. Women, we rock. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You sure, Matt? All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Matt Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Never a good thing to have to follow up Jeanette Taylor, but I'm going to do my best. It's my privilege to spotlight Sherry Scalco-Hood, who is the most thoughtful, persistent, and effective environmental advocate in our community, without a doubt. She's the founder of Reduce Waste Chicago, which collects materials that don't belong in our blue bins, but make sure that they get recycled, that they're not going to our landfills. And you, I think just this year alone, have helped divert nearly 10,000 pounds of waste out of our landfill, and it's just April. And so that's saving us money, right? This isn't just good for our environment, it's good for our city's bottom line. In addition to that, you are a consistent voice in our community advocating for sustainable policies at the city and state level. You've helped raise awareness around overconsumption and overuse of single-use items throughout our community, including our schools, where we're instilling good habits, hopefully. And then lastly, you host a Holiday Light recycling drive, which is very popular because we know that stuff is not made to last. Sherry, you've helped make our community cleaner, stronger, and more sustainable. I could wax on for hours about your leadership, but I'll just leave it as a heartfelt thank you to you, as well as everybody else in the box. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do want to raise in support of this important resolution. As we see what's going on in our country and environmental protections continue to be rolled back to take us back centuries, I think it's important to recognize the wonderful work and the important work that many people in this box are doing and continue to do for the city of Chicago. I am proud to be living in Chicago, and I'm proud to be among those great leaders in our community making the difference in despite of all the challenges. I know today I have the privilege to recognize one of our leaders who's taking actually on the baton of Kim Wasserman, who I had the pleasure to work with very closely in Little Village in Pilsen, fighting to close coal plants, fighting to have environmental protections, and now today also having young leaders that continue that powerful work. I'm thankful for Kim, and also welcome someone who also been working with very closely, Juliana Pino, who is now the interim director. She's not able to be here with us today, but I know that she's listening, and I'm grateful for her work. It's great to see the intergenerational struggle these wonderful women are doing in our communities. Here in Chicago, we do not get intimidated by reactionaries. We organize, we do not overwhelm, we fight back. And those are the words that I also take from Juliana Pino. He's not here with us today, but she also wants to make sure that we're going to be continue to work diligently to honor another great leader, Cheryl Johnson, and the legacy of her mother, who now has the ordinance that is going to help us with community impact in our communities like Pilsen Little Village and across the city, the Hazel Johnson ordinance. What a better way to celebrate Earth Day with these wonderful leaders in an important time with actions, with organizing. And I'm proud to recognize Juliana Pino and everybody in this box, everybody in the city who fights for environmental justice in a proud city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there are any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution, our final speaker will be Alderman Conway. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution and to honor my guest, Linda Sanchez, who is here. She's the chairperson of the Climate Action Museum and a longtime climate advocate. And the museum really works to increase awareness of the climate dangers that we face and climate mitigation techniques in the future. And really stimulates education and critical thought in this area. And it's right down the street at 300 South Riverside also. So I encourage you all to visit, and Linda, I want to make sure to thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Conway. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Seeing no other hands, I do want to just acknowledge our Commissioner Angela Tovar. Thank you for your leadership. And again, yep, that's appropriate. And again, just to shout out the names again, Ms. Cheryl Johnson, Liliana Pino, Jennifer Walling, Linda Sanchez, Tricia Van Eck, Sherry Schalko, Marjorie Isaacson, Kimberly Wasserman, Erica Allen, Naomi Davis, thank you all for being here today. Thank you all for your leadership. You know, this entire body has expressed a great deal of gratitude towards the work that is being done as we not just celebrate Earth Day, but we ensure that we are putting forth policies that will sustain our existence. We only have one planet. We must do all that we can to protect it and to sustain it. And yet we are seeing climate change affecting people here in Chicago and around the world, with people experiencing warming temperatures, prolonged heat waves, and more extreme weather events. And here in Chicago, we are also feeling the effects of climate change and trying to overcome systemic environmental racism in underserved communities. As we celebrate Earth Day this year, let us also challenge ourselves to continue to do the work that environmentalists and activists and organizers and change makers such as Hazel M. Johnson have done. We must continue to do the work that's necessary to put forth our best efforts so that what we do today will have a positive impact on future generations, so that they can inherit a cleaner, a greener, a more sustainable, healthier planet. And this is why I'm proud to stand with all of you today as we recognize and celebrate Earth Day, because this is also an effort to transform our economy. Everything that we do to sustain our planet is also an opportunity to grow our economy. So again, happy Earth Day. All right, our next resolution, as we prepare for our guests to transition, our next resolution will commemorate Arab American Heritage Month. Thank you to all of our guests. Our first speaker of the City Council, in recognition and honor of this resolution, the chair recognizes Alder Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will start by introducing some of our guests that we have here today. We have Nina Shoman-Dayani from the Chicago Palestinian Festival. We have Nayef Hussein, founding member of the Arab Community Center, first Arab community institution in Chicago. We have Miriam Mohammed, Yemeni community leader, respected activist and volunteer who does a lot of community work. Fatma Tabali and Muna Hamad, community leaders who have dedicated over 20 years of their life to providing direct services to Arab immigrants and refugees through their work at the Arab American Action Network. And Ahmed El Khatib, Eddie, a businessman and community activist and leader. I will now ask my colleague Byron Siccho Lopez to introduce the rest of our guests, and I would like to close, Mr. President.
Okay, you're asking for a lot today. No, I'm teasing. All right. So the Alderwoman is requesting that the rest of the guests be acknowledged, and Alderman Siccho Lopez has that list.
Yes.
The chair recognizes Alderman Siccho Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairwoman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez. It is with a great honor that I rise in support of this important resolution, I'd like to add my voice to honor the rich history, heritage, and noble aspirations of the more than 3.5 million Arab Americans across our country, and the tens of thousands who live in our communities here in Chicago area. It is a real honor. Our city is stronger because of the contributions of our Arab American communities, our loved ones, and our neighbors. In our Latina community and across the city, I want to make sure that people recognize these invaluable contributions to the city of Chicago. We are proud to have the rich history and the legacy of the Arab American community. So with that, I would like to recognize some of the people who are in the box. We personally recognize your contributions to the city of Chicago. So Sonia Khalil, a board member and treasurer of the Arab American Democratic Organization. Ahmed Rehab, executive director and a good friend of our community and human rights care. Rima Suisse, a board member of the Palestinian Film Festival. Suhair Williams and Ahmed Al-Khatib, both philanthropists and business owners in our communities. I am extremely thankful for your contributions, your leadership. Here in our communities, we do not negotiate the people's humanities. We are grateful and we are proud to stand always in solidarity, always in support with our constituents, but especially today, given the climate of our country. In despite of all the objections, and in despite of the attacks on First Amendment rights, and even when they want to disappear people for objecting, I'm stand proud, strong, and even more committed to celebrate the legacy, the culture, the rich history of our American community here in Chicago, across the country, and across the world. Forever, from our community to ours, we love you, we care for you, and we celebrate today and every single way, in every single way. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Chairwoman, for allowing me to say a few words. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support Sue and her husband, who are great business people in the city of Chicago and the South Suburban area. You're talking about two wonderful individuals who not only give back to the community, but if you have not had the pleasure of tasting S2's food, you are truly, truly missing something, okay? And I know some of my colleagues had the pleasure of tasting those lamb chops the other day over at Kennedy King. And so if you don't know, you better get over there and get you some of those lamb chops. And so I am extremely selfish because I've known them for quite a few years, and there's no better business people, partners in the community than Sue and her husband, Andre. So thank you all for being here. Keep up the great work. And, you know, I wish I could say more, but, you know, time is gone. But thank you so much for everything that you all do and continue to be a blessing to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, this ought to be good, Anthony Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Anthony Joel Quesada, and I rise in support of this resolution. I really want to congratulate and thank all of the advocates and leaders that are in that gallery box today. You all have done so much work to contribute to our great city. And also the culture of Arab Americans and the Arab culture has been such an impactful culture in our city and our nation's tapestry. As someone who is an immigrant from Latin America, we sometimes find ourselves in deep solidarity and in deep connection with other immigrant communities. And I'll say that the Arab American community has always been extremely welcoming. And also, I just love, the food, the art, the history that, the Arab Americans have brought to our city. And of course, we are seeing immense, increases in Islamophobia that are dividing our neighborhoods, that are dividing our communities, let alone the war that has taken place in Gaza. I know that there is a lot of pain. I know that there is a lot of suffering, but we are here, we are united in saying that we are in solidarity, that we understand our shared humanity and our shared future and our shared determination together. And so I rise in solidarity, I rise in compassion, and I want to say thank you for everything that you've done for our great city and our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution and want to highlight the contributions of Susu and Andre Williams. When you talk about destinations, these entrepreneurs and business owners have decided to invest in places that sometimes don't get to see investment. And not only did they come, but they brought their best. Those are the best lamb chops in the city of Chicago. And so I'm immensely grateful that they decided to invest in the 21st Ward, to bring their talents there. And if I could find another spot for them in the ward, I would, and would encourage that my colleagues too seek to have an S2 there in their ward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome. Just going to lobby right in front of me. That's pretty impressive, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm happy that my colleagues have brought up the cultural distinctions that Arab Americans have made, the immigrant contributions that Arab Americans have made. But it is a fact that the Arab American community is a growing political force in our city, in our region, in our country. And we need to recognize that. These past elections, it was Arab American voters who turned Orland Park in the right direction. It was Arab American organizers in Aurora who moved that great city into a better direction. It is your community that is showing the lead in these communities and in your community. I take great pride in saying that this morning, my first meeting this morning was with my good friend, State Representative Abdul Nasser Rashid, who's such a fighter and an organizer on so many issues. And let's be clear, you're not just leading on issues that are pertinent to the Arab American community. You know, you're leading on issues that are pertinent to all of our communities, whether it's on early childhood access, on education reform, on making sure that small businesses are flourishing. You know, you are a part of all of our great tapestry of leadership. So I recognize the political weight that you bring to our region, and count on me as a friend and ally in the fight for equity and unity across our great democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Walter Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this resolution. I'd like to say mahaba and shukram for the dedication and the contribution that you all have made to our city, our state, and our country. I also have the pleasure of knowing Sue and Andre and Alderman Bill. I don't know where you are, but they don't just do business on the south side. They do business on the west side also, but they actually don't have a place in my ward as of yet. But what they have done, they have been mentoring young African-American entrepreneurs in our ward. We have some soul food restaurants that they have mentored a young lady. I really appreciate everything that they do. They have a restaurant, I think it's in Maywood, Maywood, that I went by that's contributing to our community. And you know, what a lot of these folks do is they go to our neighborhoods and open up businesses when no one else would come to our neighborhoods and open up businesses. So I just want to say shukran and thank you all very much for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Rise to be associated with this resolution. In honor of Arab American Heritage Month, I want to rise in recognition of Syrian Community Network, an organization that is doing incredible work for Chicago's Arab community. I want to recognize Maya Tassi, SCN's Executive Director, and Al Peters, SCN's Director of Immigration, as well as all of our Arab American siblings in the gallery with us today. Syrian Community Network began 10 years ago in response to the refugee crisis in Syria. For those of you who aren't aware, Syrians account for almost 1 in 5 refugees worldwide. In the face of such crisis, Syrian Community Network provided a model of how we should all respond when we see a need, no matter how overwhelming it might look. They stepped up to meet it with the resources they had available. When the first Syrian families began to resettle in Chicago, SCN was there, matching refugees with mentors to help them navigate new systems, languages, and cultures. and providing them with funds and support to help with rent, food, and other basic needs. Now, 10 years later, they have welcomed over 2,000 people from 30 different countries, speaking more than 18 different languages. They have provided a model of community care by working alongside immigrants and refugees to help them navigate the immigration system, access public benefits and resources, and provide them with the resources, support, and education they need to make life in a new city. They also provide educational, social, and emotional support for kids navigating a new school system in a new country, often in an entirely new language. In a time when so many folks are attacking immigrants and refugees, SEN's work is a beacon of hope to remind us of the power of community, of the magic that happens when we keep showing up for each other despite the obstacles. Despite everything, including the impact of the Trump administration's reckless funding cuts on their work, SEN continues to show up to make sure immigrants and refugees feel safe, welcome, and supported in our city and our communities. I want to thank all of you here today and all of you who aren't here for everything that you do to make our city a better and more welcoming place. Arab American Heritage Month is a time to set aside to honor and celebrate the enormous contributions that Arab Americans have made to our country, city, and communities. I can't think of a better contribution than making sure people have a safe place to land and eventually to grow and thrive. We're so deeply grateful for your work. Congratulations on your 10th anniversary, and here's to many more decades to come. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this, and I really want to give a big shout out to Susu and Andre Williams, who are the owners of S2 Grill in my ward, and I couldn't be more grateful for them coming and being a wonderful anchor, from hiring from the community, from working with organizations all across the city of Chicago. They have become the new philanthropists and showing people how easy it is to give and to give back. But I couldn't be more grateful than to have the wonderful S2 Grill, and the lamb chops are truly delicious, y'all. So go and support. We just don't want to talk about it. We want you to go in there and spend your money. We want you to go in there and eat so that great restaurants like S2 Grill can survive and stay. But I am grateful that they picked the 8th Ward to do one of their great stores and restaurants. It's truly amazing. Thank you both for what you've done for the 8th Ward and for the city at large. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderman Will Hall.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. In an economy where McDonald's is not even opening at the pace as S2, we are grateful for some of the best food in Chicago. I'm not a red meat eater, but the Alfredo is to die for. And so to the generosity of Sue and Dre, it's unmatched. And also to Eddie, that's on 75th Street, the $1 Million Row that we call it now, that has really been an uplifting to the 6th Ward. And with all this going on in the world, both hearts heavy and at the same time still lending a hand to Chicago, we're just grateful for all of our Arab brothers and sisters that are still strong in the midst of all the pain and sorrow. So God bless you, and not just this month, but every month. You all are in our hands and our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. We have a very large Arab American community in the 50th Ward, and they contribute very much to the economy of our ward, especially along Devon Avenue. And I just wanted to acknowledge them and thank you for their contributions.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Mr. President, I do stand in support. Everyone is talking about the lamb chops, but no one has dared to talk about the string beans and the macaroni. So I would like to commend all of you all here today, Mr. and Mrs. Williams and your children, for not only the great business model that you have set, but in also franchising out to African Americans within the hospitality business. I don't think this city has ever seen as many African Americans now owning restaurants today than back in the day in the 50s and 60s when African Americans were certainly at the height of businesses in our city. I also want to commend you all on the prison reform that you all have been working with with the various organizations and the community giving. You all, in December of 2022, a certain rapper from Chicago randomly blessed Chicago, and we started with 4,000 toys, and then I think we ended up serving 10,000 families that day at Kennedy King College. So God bless you. Thank you, Eddie, for assisting us in the start of Inglewood Music Fest. You came all the way from 75th Street to help us out on 63rd, so we're so grateful. Thank you. As we know, there are good businesses and there are not so good businesses. So I want to uplift the great businesses within your community in our city. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand to be associated with this resolution. First, I want to commend everyone in the box for your steadfast leadership, your commitment to community, but your investment in making the city of Chicago a better city. The Arab community aren't just major contributors to culture in the city of Chicago. They've been major contributors to healthcare, to law enforcement, to business, and every sector that we all participate. And to elevate my colleague Alderman Rodriguez's point, a major political bloc in the city of Chicago, and that takes major investment. But more importantly, the sort of participatory democracy that the Arab community has taken on to educate their people, we acknowledge that. In the 26th Ward, I have dozens of Arab businesses doing great things, contributing to our community, being some of the largest economic contributors of the 26th Ward. But I also want to say that, like the Latino community, the Arab community is not monolithic. There are many different lived experiences, languages, cultures, and political positions in the Arab community. But one thing Arabs are always proud of is to be Arab and to represent their community. And they lock step and arm with one another when they have to defend their people. It's admirable. And in this moment, we know just how difficult it has been for the Arab community. I want you to know that in the Puerto Rican community, the way we've been able to depend on the Arab community, that you all could depend on us. Thank you for being in the box, and thank you for everything you do in the city of Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand to be associated with this resolution. Chicago being home to the fourth largest Arab American community, this body in 2021 put forward a resolution to identify MENA, Middle Eastern North African category, as a category to take a look at and analyze, so that way moving forward, we could take a look at putting forward opportunities through the Minority and Women Business Enterprise to include this community. This body also sent a resolution calling on Congress to identify MENA during the census, so that way we can determine and understand what the total population is of the Arab American community and put forward programs to assist these communities as well. So I stand wholeheartedly in support of this resolution. Having the ICCI in Belmont-Cragen, the mosque that I work closely with to make sure that we're putting programs forward and making sure that our community is heard. So I stand again associated with this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too stand in strong support of this resolution. Arab American Heritage Month was the first month I got to recognize as an alderperson 3 years ago. So it additionally means something special to me, but as a fellow something American, as we all are here, I think that we in particular have the challenges of honoring our culture and our heritage while forging a path here in a country that isn't always such a friendly place. And we do that for our children and for our families to have a better life. So I thank you on behalf of all of these communities, including yours, for making the investment and for all the sacrifice that you have engaged in order to provide not just for your families, but for the communities that you're continuing to build and the culture that you continue to honor with your heritage here. So thank you for all of your contributions, for the service in the communities, for all that you do to set the example for all of us here, what it means to be American. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm very, very proud to rise in support of this resolution. We've been talking a lot about the food of the Arab American community. I would encourage everyone to also pursue food for their souls. If you're not reading the poetry of the long, long Arab American community, folks like Rumi, Hafez, my mom raised us on the writing of Khalil Gibran, words that continue to inspire me to this day. And I'm very grateful for the words and accolades today because I'm sitting here and I'm remembering the 90s and honestly past the 90s where the characterizations of Arab Americans in pop culture were consistently cheap and cruel and mean-spirited, and how easy it was for so many to laugh at those characterizations in the movies and the TV that they watched. And I'm glad that though we're not completely past that, we're moving past that. I'm grateful for my daughter that as she grows up, she'll have an Arab American principal. Shout out to Nader El-Masri at Goethe. I'm glad that she will know and hopefully be guided by Arab American role models like public servants like Rawaida Zatar, folks in my community who are incredible civil servants. I'm grateful for where we're moving towards a broader, more loving, more welcoming view and collaboration with your community, which for all of our talk is not monolithic, but is so broad and embraces so many cultural traditions and identities. So thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. The 45th Ward in the northwest side of Chicago is home to, thank you, yes, 45, all right, good to see, is home to many Arabs, and I am proud to say I have a number of Arabs, 3 Arab Americans on my staff to help serve our community, which we're very proud of. But long before I was I started my political career, I was blessed to have a number of friends and mentors from the Arab community who helped shape my life. And I am very grateful to be a part and learn about the Arab culture, not just the food, not just the music, not just the traditions, but most importantly, the friendships, the solidarity. You are great people, and I am proud to call many of you friends. Many of you are in the box today, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members of the City Council, and to our guests. I gladly rise in support of this resolution recognizing the contributions of Arab Americans, Middle Eastern, and North African individuals here in our city. I also want to take a moment while we commemorate those who have been invited here, even the next generation right here, who hopefully will be on this side when she gets older. I want to take a moment and just recognize a loss that we've had in our community, Jamil Amesh, who was a 50-year resident of the Back of the Yards, Arab American, racist family, 3 generations here now. He passed away about a month ago, but his life reflects the story that we've been talking about all morning. Someone who came here with nothing, had a vision for what he wanted to be here in the greatest city in the world, made his family, made his mark, and even though the Back of the Yards community is overwhelmingly Latino, he was one of our own. And that's the true spirit of what we see in this community, that they are so often embedded in our own communities that we take it for granted. We just take them as relatives. They take them as our own. And I'm very thankful, and I see some folks in the box who I've stood side by side with. When I think back to, as we talk about our business community, we've seen this building peaks and valleys when it comes to the Arab American community, particularly business. I'm glad today we're at a peak, but I do want to just take a moment to remind everyone we've seen the weaponization of this building targeting Arab businesses. The previous administration made a task force to specifically close 150 Arab American businesses, pointing the finger at them as somehow being a negative impact, when a vast majority of them were just victims of circumstance. We stood shoulder to shoulder to fight back for 3 months to get the former mayor off their backs. Because while she didn't realize their value, many of us did. And I'm very thankful that a vast majority of those owners, those businesses, survived and have gone on to thrive because we were able to see them for who they were, which were positive contributors to our community. So hopefully, this peak can remain a plateau that keeps going, because we never want to go back to those dark days, pointing the fingers at people who we know are positive contributors in our neighborhoods. And just to take a moment again to uplift the name of Jamil Yesh, who would have been very proud to have joined his family and friends in this box as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Yancey.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I'd like to, recognize folks like Eddie El-Khatib, Rima Swice, Susu and Andre Williams, and Ms. Fatmata, who really exemplify the best in entrepreneurship and philanthropy. I had the pleasure of working with folks at Arab American Action Network, Muslim Civic Coalition, and my former employer, Inner City Muslim Action Network, on issues around police accountability, prison reform, and food and security. And what it all boils down to is for us to create the change that we need in this city, it takes all of us as active participants in this work. So I'd like to thank you and commend you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. If there are no other alders, Alderwoman Rosa, the chair recognizes Halo Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to stand up in support of this resolution to thank you all for your great contributions to this city and all our country. But also would like to give a special shout out to Fatima Buait from Sanat Social Services that couldn't join us this morning. But just wanted to speak about the great work that they've done for years. Over 30 years, they've hosted this food pantry in our community, serving Gage Park in Chicago alone, and her work does not stop there, right? She continues to see the way of continuing helping and bringing those services to our communities, and we are so honored and blessed to have her in our ward. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your rich culture and your work, and thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support and want to thank everybody in the box for their contributions to the city of Chicago, and also shine light on the families I represent in the 10th Ward. Many of them live on my block. I've gotten to grow up with them, know them, understand their culture and traditions, and really appreciate what they have contributed to my ward. So thank you.
Thank you. And for the close, unless there are any other alders, very well. Okay, the chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that one of my colleagues already shouted out one of those that are in the box, Syrian Network, who is also in the 48th Ward, and I too wanted to stand in full support of this resolution to thank you for all the work that you do to keep the 48th Ward inclusive and safe. Thank you, everyone who's in the box, who's fighting for a better future for Chicago, not just Chicago, but for the rest of the world. I know that you are on the front lines and you are working to make Chicago a better place for everybody. You know that it must be all of us together, especially when times grow very dark. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm with you, and thank you for all your work to create this benevolent community together. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagenspector, do you still wish to speak? Okay, no, you were just, all right. So are there any other alders that wish to speak before we close out? Okay, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor.
I didn't see you, Eddie. So you want to have a store owner in your community who, despite whatever business that he is, they support the organizations and the schools and the community. And Eddie and S2 do just that. And so you all are a partner that I appreciate and I love. And I would be remiss if I would say that there haven't been issues amongst our communities, but I'm glad we're getting to a space where we realize there's a need for each other and a need for us to listen to each other. And so I appreciate the work you all do in 20. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Finally, for the close, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Rossana Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so grateful that you all said yes to be here today because you deserve this honor so much. And I hope that you take it in. And I hope that you leave here today knowing and believing how much you are loved in this city. I have been standing with many of you for the last year, and I have seen the fearlessness of your fight. And I have also seen how you have preserved the softness that it requires to experience joy and community. And it has moved me so much because I identify with it as a child of colonialism and imperialism, but with a heart that is always full of joy and music. I have found in the Arab community a true home. And I thank you so much for that. I hope that you know that we will continue standing with you, that we will continue supporting you, and that we really want to make this city and this country a better place for the Arab community. I love you all so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you. Thank you, all of our alders who spoke favorably towards this resolution. Again, Arjuman Khan, Maya Atasi, Al Peters, it looks like Lauren West, Marvis Suisse, Rima Suisse, Nina Shoman Dajani, Sonia Khalil, Ahmed El Khatib, Mr. and Mrs. Williams, Andre and Sue and their children, Ahmed Rihab, Nayef Gusien, Miriam Muhammad, Fatima Tabali, Munya Hamad, and Fatima Abouib, all of the voices that expressed support towards this resolution were quite powerful. As been stated, Chicago is home to a very proud and vibrant Arab American community that has greatly impacted the culture and fabric of our city. They have made indelible contributions to the arts, the economy, sciences, social justice. All have helped touch every single corner of our amazing city. Throughout history, they have stood with us during some of our biggest fights. Our city is what it is today because of the diversity and cultural exchange and the acceptance of the unique positions as well as consciousness that is brought through the Arab American community. So we are very proud to stand and recognize and celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of both of the resolutions?
Mr. President, I move passage of both resolutions in the omnibus.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Okay, we'll give our guests just a moment to move on with the rest of their day, though none of you can leave. In this chamber, we still have some more work to be done. Before we move back to our regular order of business, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Mr. President, I am honored to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the National Forum for Black Public Administrators Chicago chapter. Where you all at? I want to recognize President Lakeisha Buckner-Smith, Vice President Williams, our policy chair, Dale Morrison, our emerging leaders chair, Nathaniel Winston, and members Adrian, Attorney Ponder, as well as Rod Height. Thank you so much for your unwavering commitment to Black excellence in public service. You all, for 40 years, NFBPA has been a driving force in advancing Black leadership in local and state government, empowering professionals, building pipelines, and shaping policy that serves our community. You all, this milestone isn't just a celebration of the past, but it is a call to action. So thank you for 40 years of service to our community on behalf of the Chicago Aldermanic Black Caucus and City Council. God bless you all.
Thank you, Alderwoman Coleman. Alderman Mitchell.
I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Next up, communications. Madam Clerk.
Communications from Ms. Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement and renewed lease agreement with Chicago Children's Advocacy Center. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very 2 years, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended concession agreement for food services at O'Hare International Airport regarding change of ownership. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very 2 years, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing Class 6B tax incentive classification for properties located at 2519 West Fulton Street and 2520 West Lake Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a renewed city as tenant lease agreement for property located at 4770 South Kedzie Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the sale of specified city-owned properties. Favorable consideration of those ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection and Planning Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the Municipal Code of Chicago regarding window signs by licensed businesses. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very 2 years, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Sustainability Officer, I transmit herewith the ordinance amending the Municipal Code regarding environmental cumulative impacts, the Hazel Johnson Cumulative Impacts Ordinance. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. After 2 committees have been called, it will go to rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to various special service areas. Your favorite consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Anu K. Shaw as a member of the Board of Health for a term effective immediate and expiring April 30th, 2028 to succeed Deborah G. Wesley, whose term has expired. Favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Health and Human Relations. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Letter of resignation from Carlos Ramirez Rosa as the alderperson of the 35th Ward, notification of sale, City of Chicago Multifamily Housing Revenue Bonds Avenue SW Project Series 2025, notification of sale, City of Chicago Multifamily Tax Exempt Bonds Fannie Mae MBS Secured, Sacred Apartment Series 2025A, Multifamily Housing Revenue Bond, Sacred Apartment Series 2025B, Inspector General's advisory concerning recusal motions and Burge litigation, Inspector General's first quarter report of investigations, audits, and reviews for the year 2025, City Treasurer Statement, Investment Policy, and Guidelines. I, City Clerk Valencia, also inform the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on February 26, 2025, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers or published in pamphlet form on April 16, 2025 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on March 12, 2025, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers or published in pamphlet form on April 16, 2025, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters were considered by the City Council at the special meeting held on April 7, 2025, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers were published in pamphlet form or April 16, 2025, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassification of particular areas referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance. Recommendation by Commissioner of Chicago Landmarks for designation of Wax Tracks Record Store in 2449 North Lincoln Avenue as a Chicago landmark, which referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, this concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you very much. Our committee reports, our first committee will be Committee on Finance. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on April 11th and April 14th, 2025. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is a substitute ordinance authorizing continuation of the single-room occupancy loan program, the continuation of the grant agreement with Community Investment Corporation, and renaming the program to the SRO Preservation Fund. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Very well, thank you. Seeing no hands, there's a request for a roll call vote for the first items. Members, please use the e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. Raise your hand if you need support. The voting is now open. Okay. Gotcha. All right, I will now call on those that have not used the e-device to take a voice vote. Alderman LaSpada. LaSpada is a yes. Alderwoman Dow. Alderwoman Dow is a yes. Alderman Robinson. Robinson is a yes. Alderman Hall.
Yes.
Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Curtis.
Yes.
Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. O'Shea is a yes. Alderwoman Silverstein.
Yes.
Okay. And O'Shea is a yes. Okay. 50, 0. Yep, 50.
Very well. The voting is closed. The voting is closed. There are 50 yeas, 0 nays. This motion is passed. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, motion to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say no. This motion has failed. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2B is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Marion Perper versus City of Chicago, case number 2024 L5006, in the amount of $750,000. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 2C is an order authorizing Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Bryce Summery and Amy Summery versus the City of Chicago et al., case number 22L5103, in the amount of $32 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Riley, who wishes to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of tax increment financing funds for the improvements at Douglas Park at 1401 South Sacramento Drive in the 24th Ward in an amount not to exceed $4.7 million. Mr. President, Alderman Scott has requested an opportunity to speak to this matter.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair and President. I wanted to speak to this item because I thought that it was appropriate. I don't want to go step ahead, but Michael Rodriguez, Petrowski Park and Douglas Park were two historic parks that were given this awarded a significant amount of TIF, and I think that it was appropriate. We know that majority of our parks have existed probably since the early 1900s, and much to lack of improvement has been done. And so I'm proud that not only with this and the additional money that will come from the festivals in the park will give this park an additional $1 million for festivals in the park in addition to this 4.7, so that our kids can have a safe space to enjoy the facilities at Douglas Park. And so I just want to say thank you to my other alders who voted to have this passed. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very well. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of tax increment financing funds for improvements at Petrowski Park at 4247 West 31st Street in the 22nd Ward. Again, Mr. President, Alderman Rodriguez would like to speak to this item in the amount of $8 million.
Very well. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo Alderwoman Scott's message. The fact is, Little Village and North Lawndale are really one Lawndale, and these investments in our two parks matter a lot. North Lawndale community really centers its culture and activities around Douglas Park. The same can be said in Little Village as far as Petrowski Park is concerned. Little Village is one of the Chicago's most dynamic and young communities, as is North Lawndale. Yet for far too long, Little Village has gone without a publicly accessible year-round pool. We've had a temporary dome that serviced 1,800 participants. As a lifelong resident and former youth participant and staff member at Petrowski Park, I am deeply proud to bring this historic $8 million investment, the city's first outdoor covered pool, to the heart of the 22nd Ward. This is not just about a pool. It's about delivering equity, expanding opportunity, and investing in the future of our youth and our neighborhood. Again, not just in Little Village, but in North Lawndale. I want to thank Congressman Garcia for bringing in $1 million investment towards this, our Rep and Senator Villanueva and Gonzalez for their commitment and their financial contribution on this as well. To our sports-based youth development programs, Beyond the Ball, Chicago Youth Boxing Club, and Las Chicago New Life and Urban Warriors. But most importantly, to our special recreation parents at Petrowski Park who fought tooth and nail to make this investment happen. And I know to those residents in North Lawndale and those leaders who made those investments in Douglas Park happen, I ask my colleagues for favorable consideration of this item as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very well. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is the substitute ordinance amending Chapter 2-45 of the Municipal Code to authorize entering into non-invasive right of entry agreements. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is an ordinance approving the authority to enter into and issue Chicago O'Hare International Airport Senior Special Facility Revenue Bonds, Series 2025, in an amount not to exceed $50 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 7 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of financial assistance to 111 Monroe Affordable LP and 111 Monroe Market Landlord LLC for the acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, and equipping of affordable and market rate housing projects at 111 West Monroe Street in the 34th Ward in an amount not to exceed $40 million in multifamily revenue bonds and $40 million in TIF funds. I move passage of this item by the same motion with the exception of Alderman Lopez, who wished to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Hearing no other objection, so ordered.
Item number 8 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of financial assistance to 208 LaSalle Affordable LP and 208 LaSalle Market Landlord LLC for the acquisition, construction, rehabilitation, and equipping of affordable and market rate housing at 208 South LaSalle Street in the 42nd Ward in an amount not to exceed $25 million in multifamily revenue bonds and $26 million in TIF. I move passage of this item by the same motion with the exception of Alderman Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as voting no.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 9 is a communication transmitting reports of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of March 2025. This will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 10 and 11 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and the denials of payments of various small claims against the City of Chicago. If there are no objections, Mr. President, I move that these items be placed in passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 12 is a proposed order authorizing charitable solicitation on the public way for Worldwide Wildlife Foundation citywide from April 16, 2025 to June 30th, 2025. This will be placed on file with the clerk. The following item received a do not pass recommendation at committee. Item number 2A is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Nicole Banks as independent administrator of the estate of Dexter Reed versus City of Chicago et al., case number 24CV 3271, in the amount of $1.25 million. Alderman Curtis recused himself from voting on this matter under Rule 14 because he's known the family for well over 30 years. I have received notification, Mr. President, that Alderman Mitz and Alderman Irvin wish to DNP this matter.
For Alderman Mitz, Alderman Irvin, confirmation. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this concludes my report from the Committee on Finance. Thank you.
Just a second. Be okay there.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a point of order, what exactly are we DNPing? The recommendation to reject the settlement?
So we are DNPing that particular item in the committee report.
So the DNP was to defer and publish the committee's recommendation not to
So it was a
settle.
do not pass that is
Correct.
being
That's what we're
D&D'd.
DNPing.
That is
Okay.
correct. Very
Just so
well.
we're clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For our next committee, Budget and Government Operations, the chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a meeting on April 14, 2025. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2025 amendment within Fund 925. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a transfer of funds within the First Ward wage allowance / automatic expense account for year 2025. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item 3 is a transfer of funds within the 23rd Ward wage allowance and automatic expense account for year 2025. Make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Very well, thank you, Chairman. Next, Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, which met on Thursday, April 10th, 2025. The committee held a meeting and subject matter hearing. Item 1 on the report is a tax incentive ordinance approved by the committee. It was in support of a Class 7A tax incentive for property at 1840 East 71st Street in the 5th Ward. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote, the Committee on Finance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 2 on the report pertains to a subject matter hearing we held regarding the implementation of Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP technology system. No vote was taken on this item. This hearing had an opportunity to hear from both the procurement officer as well as the CIO around the implementation of the Enterprise Resourcing Plan, and the committee urged both to work expeditiously to get this program up and running, since there are millions of dollars in savings with that type of modifications. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee on Education and Child Development. The chair recognizes Chair Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members of the City Council, I'm reporting on your Committee for Education and Child Development, which held a meeting on April 14th in room 201A. The committee has 2 items, which are appointments and 1 ordinance to report on, recommending passage on these items. Item number 1 is 2 appointments for the Board of Trustees for the Community College District. A 2025-0015, 6, appointment of Princella Jaribu Lee. A 2025-001-15975, appointment of Kafi Moraney Patterson. I move passage of these 2 appointments by the first favorable roll call on Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chairwoman, we'll do that. I have item numbers reversed on those names. So for the appointment of Princella Jaribu Lee, is that one ends in 15975, and for Kafi Moraine Patterson, that one ends in 15561. Just want the record to reflect those item numbers with the names that we have.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, and hearing no objection, so ordered.
The second item is ordinance 02024-008387, that is calling for Chicago Public Schools to report quarterly to the Committee on Education and Child Development. I move passage by the first favorable roll call on Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. That
Very well.
concludes my report.
Well, there's a second. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to extend my thank you to the administration as well as to Chairwoman Taylor in moving this very much needed legislation, I believe. We've done the same with CTA, and our colleague Alderman Sigcho Lopez has done it for CHA. So I think just having regular reporting allows us to learn what's going well, how we're improving, and as we seek to create further disentanglement between ourselves and CPS financially, we think it's a good platform to have that conversation. So very appreciative of the partnership in this one, and want to thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, your motion on that item?
I move passage of this. I move passage by the first favorable roll call on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Hadden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on April 2nd, 2025. The committee has 2 reports and recommends the passage of the following items. Item 1 is a re-referral to a Joint Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy and Health and Human Relations for Resolution 2023-0002-936, a call for hearings on the impact and reduction of single-use plastics. I move passage by this item by the first favorable roll call, the vote on Committee on Finance, and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
And item 2 is a subject matter hearing on the Chicago Department of Public Health's environmental enforcement policies and efforts. No votes were taken on this item. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Committee on Health and Human Relations, the chair recognizes Chairperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting from the Committee on Health and Human Relations, we met on March 19 of 2025 at 10:30 a.m. Item number 1 on the agenda is 7 mayoral appointments and 1 reappointment to the Board of Health. The appointments are as follow. Reappointment of Horace E. Smith as member of the Board of Health, and appointment of Horace E. Smith as President of the Board of Health, appointment of Catherine Bocanegra as member of the Board of Health, appointment of Travis Gales, appointment of Hong Liu, appointment of Chinyere Oku, appointment of Gerard Walker, appointment of Stephanie D. Wilding, and appointment of Ida Giacello, all as member of the Board of Health. The second item on the agenda, the committee considered a substitute to Alderwoman Hadden's Ordinance Number 0-2024-001-2999, which amends Municipal Code Chapter 6 to 10 to establish protections of civil rights for individuals with actual or perceived association with any individual protected classes. Item number 2, the committee considered a substitute to Alderwoman Ramirez Resolution Number R 2024-001-0989, which calls for a series of webinars and training for city employees to foster collaborative action against hate in our communities and to guide future policies and initiatives. All of these items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Mr. President, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing calling for the release of Mahmoud Khalil by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents and for investigation into circumstances surrounding his detention. This hearing was held in relation to Resolution R 2025-001-5954. No vote was taken as the item is currently on the Committee on Rules. But I would like to take a moment to share what we learned in this hearing. The resolution that was introduced to speak about this matter was unfortunately sent to the Committee on Rules, showing opposition to this case being discussed publicly in committee. So on March 19, I used my discretion as chair to hold a subject matter hearing on the case, and I would like to report back what we learned from multiple organizations present, including the ACLU, because Mahmoud Khalil's case has implications for everyone. Mahmoud is a legal permanent resident of the United States. He graduated from Columbia University. He is a community member, a neighbor, a soon-to-be father, and currently he sits in federal detention facing deportation, not for committing a crime, but for speaking out. He participated in campus protests against the war on Gaza, exercising a right protected under the First Amendment. But instead of being met with dialogue or due process, Mahmoud was met with suspicion, arrest, and the threat of permanent separation from his family. His wife is pregnant. Their child is due soon and may be born into a world where their father is forcibly removed by a system that failed to protect the most basic principles of justice. This case belongs in a hearing like this one on the Committee on Health and Human Relations, which is tasked with discussing issues of human rights. And it belongs in a body where each member is sworn with the commitment to defend the Constitution. As a reminder, some of the rights protected by the Constitution are freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, and freedom to protest against the government. The idea that discussing such critical issues...
Alderwoman, the chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
this is totally out of order. If we're talking about a resolution that is in rules, you cannot take a point of privilege during your committee report to just basically say what you want to say. You're supposed to be reporting out the committee report, and that is not an ordinance or resolution that is pending before this body.
Reporting on what we learned
Right,
in
I
our hearing.
understand what you're reporting out on. Hold on. Thank you. Chairwoman, if you could just conclude, please.
This work is not a distraction from our mission, it's the very heart of it. At the March 19 hearing, we learned that the Mahmoud Khalil case set a dangerous precedent.
Madam Chair, if you could just conclude, please. Just wrap up your comments, please. You are reporting out on an item that is not within the category.
Well, I would invite all my
I
colleagues to pay
understand.
more attention to what is happening in this country.
Very
Thank you,
well.
Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our next committee is on housing and real estate. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 44 states that reports for the committee deal with all ordinances, orders, or resolutions and are presented as pass or do not pass. Since that is not what that soliloquy was about, I move to strike the entire comments of the chairwoman on this matter.
So the subject matter hearings are quite common within this body. The chairwoman was
out of order,
offering up some of the findings. We do recognize that the Alderman bill has rightfully called it out of order. She has wrapped up her comments and concluded. Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The clerk will record the point of order as well as the objection. If this body wishes to proceed with the motion, that is the prerogative. Okay, there's a motion to table the motion. All right. All right, so there's a roll call vote to table the motion to strike the comments from the record. So if you vote yes on the motion to table, you wish to proceed with the regular order of business, moving on to the next committee. If you vote against the table, you wish to continue to move forward with the initial motion to strike the comments from the record. Madam Clerk. So you vote yes. So Madam Clerk, thank you for making the e-vote application available so that members can record their votes. At this time, the chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. As it relates to the record, as I recall by looking at our previous records, we do not have verbatim or anything of that nature to report. I think that this is unnecessary for us to do that because there is no record, as there was no ordinance, there was nothing passed here to be stricken from the record, as no record exists of something that is not truly before us. So I don't think it's necessary for us to do this because it really just doesn't exist.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Technically, you are right. There is no necessarily a journal of record. However, the chair wishes to recognize Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think Alderman Irvin is correct about a printed record. This is a recorded meeting, video and audio.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. So again, if there is no other debate, there is a motion to lay this item on the table. If you vote yes, we can move back to the regular order of business. If you vote no, you wish to consider a motion of which technically does not have a journal of record to determine whether or not something could be stricken from the record. All right, Madam Clerk. Stricken? Struck? Stricken? Thank you. All right.
open it, right? Are you ready to open?
Again, there's a motion on the there's a motion to lay the initial motion on the table.
All right, the voting is now open. Please refresh your e-device. The voting is now open. Please refresh your e-device. All right, I will now call on those who have not used their e-device. Alderwoman Dow. Did it go through? Or just went? Okay. Alderwoman Dow? Did it go through? Okay. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Hall?
Yes.
Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Lee? Lee is a yes. Okay, sorry, there's a delay here. Alderman Curtis? Alderman Curtis, you there? Okay, Alderman O'Shea? O'Shea is not present. Alderman Mosley? Not present. Alderman Burnett? Okay, Alderman Wagaspack. Aye. Alderman Wagaspack is a yes. Alderman Conway? Yes. Conway is a yes. And then Alderwoman Silverstein?
No.
Alderwoman Silverstein is a no. Anyone else I missed? Alderman Curtis, are you there? Okay, the voting is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 27 yeas, 20 nays. The motion to lay on the table has passed. Alderwoman Harris on a motion to reconsider.
I move that we reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Those who do not wish to reconsider this vote say no. This motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairman Byron Sigcho Lopez for the next committee report on housing and real estate.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held an in-person meeting on April 15th, 2025. The committee has a series of reports recommending 14 appointments and 5 ordinances. The appointments are for the Chicago Low Income Trust and Fund Board, 1 aldermanic introduction, 1 acquisition authority, and negotiated land sales. Items 2 through 15 on our summary of reports are for the appointments of the Chicago Low Income Housing Trust Fund Board. They include Samuel Paler Ponce, Dr. Milka Ramirez, Isabel Cannon, Lynette Mike Ray, Cameron Kinch, Meredith Muir, David Kern, and Fatma Farah. These also include 5 direct introductions from Vicky Arroyo, David Stever, Joseph Lopez Jr., Sherry Allen Reeves, Catania Raby, and Adonia Little. I move passage of these 14 appointments by the first most favorable roll call. Vote on the Committee on Finance and Associated and Successor motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The next item is an aldermanic introduction, item 16 on the summary, ordinance 2025-00-15655, designation of 4920 North Sheridan Road as low affordability community in the 48th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hear no objection, so ordered.
The final four items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Item 18 is ordinance 2025-00-15984, authorization to enter into negotiation to acquire parcels at 7850 and 7872 South Exchange Avenue, 2910 and 2914 East 79th Street, and 7843 San Scandinavia Avenue for mixed redevelopment proposal in the 7th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hear no objection, so ordered.
Item 19, ordinance 2025-00-15986. Item 20, ordinance 2025-00-15989 are for the sale of city-owned property through Chalk Block Builder platform in the 29th and 37th Wards. I move passage of these two items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The final item is that Department of Planning is ordinance 2025-00-15990 for the sale of city-owned property at 345 to 379 East 60th Street and 6,000 through 6,050 South Dr. Martin Luther King Drive and 6001 to 6049 South Calumet Avenue to Sunshine Community Development Corporation for construction of community center campus in the 20th Ward, and I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, we also had a joint committee on the finance and housing real estate, which held a meeting on Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, and was recessed on April 14th, 2025, and April 16, 2025. The Joint Committee recommended and voted to hold this item Municipal Code Amendment from the Department on Housing. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Committee on License and Consumer Protection, Chair recognizes, she gonna do it online? Chairwoman Silverstein. Is she doing it? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on April 8, 2025, and the following items were passed by the committee. 2024-0012277, a substitute ordinance regarding vehicle towing fees, penalties, obligations, and authority. Mr. President, Alderman Villegas would like to speak to this.
Very well. The Chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rogue towing ordinance 2.0. Three years ago, we introduced an ordinance that began to license rogue towers. As you know or may not know, Chicago is #1 in the country as it relates to rogue towing. And I have had the pleasure of working with numerous organizations and associations to try to bring some type of legislation to try to regulate this industry, given the fact that the Illinois Commerce Commission and federal exemption kind of puts us in a tough position. But I do want to thank the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, the American Trucking Association, Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, Coalition Against Insurance Fraud, Illinois Chamber, IRMA, and the Illinois Manufacturing Association, and more importantly, the National Insurance Crime Bureau. What this ordinance does is take a look from a local level on how to further regulate this industry and allows the Chicago Police Department the ability to tow the rogue towers. And it also allows the ability for a private right of action. For those folks that have been taken advantage of, now it allows them an opportunity to seek compensation, and also corporations who have been victimized as well by this industry. There is some assistance that's moving down in Springfield. Senate Bill 2040 has passed the Senate unanimously and is awaiting further action in the House, but we're hoping that they move quickly. I don't mind being #1 in tourism or #1 in corporate relocations, but I sure in the hell don't want to be #1 in rogue towing, an industry that has taken advantage of consumers, businesses to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars. And so with this ordinance, we'll continue to build on that legislation to finally put these rogue towers out of business, because this is something that Chicago does not want to be known for. And so with that, at the proper time, I ask for passage of this ordinance.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Chico.
Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the same recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
O 2025-001-5576, an ordinance prohibiting BYOB in a portion of the First Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
O 2025-0014904, a substitute ordinance prohibiting sale of cannabinoid hemp products within the Lake Calumet area. Mr. President, Alderman Beal would like to speak to this.
Very well, the chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to definitely support this ordinance, and I'm pleased that my colleague to the east joined along in the 10th Ward, and we broadened the ban of hemp products from just the 9th Ward to the entire Lake Calumet area that really encompasses the 9th and the 10th Ward. These hemp products are really damaging our youth. They're targeting our kids on a day-to-day basis. And while we wait for the state, while we're waiting for this body to try to figure out if we're going to, try to tax it or what we're going to do with it, I'm going to take the approach along with my colleagues, and I want to commend Alderman Tabarez and Quinn for leading the charge, because we basically piggybacked on their ordinance to ban these products in our communities because they're harming our children. They're targeting our kids, and we cannot sit back and just continue to wait for government to try to figure it out when we have the tools here in the City Council to ban these products that are harming our kids and to get these things out of our community. So with that, I ask for the most favorable support from this body in passing this ordinance.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Chico.
I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
O 2025-0015853, prohibiting peddling in portions of the 15th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
2 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 27th and 50th Wards. O 2025-0016041 and 15962. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
15972.
15962.
Okay. Can we just make sure, is it 72 or 62? Very well. It's clerical. It's
15972.
Very well.
I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
O 2025-0015979 was held in committee. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Tuesday, April 8th, 2024. Before the committee, there were 145 routine traffic items. 1 item is being held in committee, and the remaining 144 items passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing none, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For the Committee on Police and Fire, the Chair recognizes Chairman Taliaferro.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which a meeting was held on April 11, 2025. There was 1 item before the committee, which the committee recommends due passage. The appointment of Gina Piemonte as Commissioner of the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability. Item number A2025-14886. If there are no objections, I move the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, the chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on April 9th, 2025. The following items passed by the majority of the members present. Pages 2 and 3 include 16 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 3, 16, 20, 21, 22, 24, 27, 28, 30, 36, and 45. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee on Workforce Development, chair recognizes Chair Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Workforce Development, which held a meeting on Wednesday, April 9th, there were two items on the agenda. The first was a resolution SR 2025-001-5310, directing the Commissioner of Human Resources to reject or disqualify any applicant for city employment who were convicted of participating in the riot on January 6, 2021 at the U.S. Capitol. We have three alders that wish to speak to the matter, Alders Conway, Sposato, and Villegas. Villegas asked to speak last as the sponsor of this ordinance.
Very well. What are those?
Conway.
All right, very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
So on the night of January 6th, I was acting as Senior Intelligence Director of the United States European Command. And I was in a room that kind of looks reminiscent of the deck of the Starship Enterprise. And you have big screens and little screens, and they show where the ships and planes and drones of our allies, our enemies, as well as neutral parties are, all over the European theater, which includes, by the way, all of Russia and Israel, for that matter. And I remember also, in looking at these screens and looking at the screen in front of me with all this information on it, we also had TVs. And we were watching people break windows at the Capitol, bum rush police officers. And I remember at that moment feeling really disconnected from my country that I was serving at that point. And I had a 2-star general, real intimidating guy, standing behind me. And he goes, "You see any Russian ship, plane, drone, get one hair out of place, you run to me, and we will call the Secretary and the President right then." So I'm sitting there, it's a 13-hour shift. I'm drinking Monster Energy one after the other. They say the officers are supposed to drink coffee in the enlisted Monster Energy, but it was a long night. So I will only say that that is not a day or night that I would like to repeat. And I say that on behalf of myself and the military and our country. So I want to thank Alderman Villegas because those who assaulted police officers, broke into the Capitol, and tried to overthrow the government should not be eligible to work for the government in this city. So thank you, Alderman Villegas, for putting forth this motion, and I'm proud to be a co-chief sponsor with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had no intention on speaking, but, excuse me, I'm sorry. Just in case somebody else wants to speak, I request to be second to last to speak, so.
Are there any other members of this body that wishes to speak? Very well. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Chairman Villegas for bringing this forward. Glad to be a co-sponsor on this. And I was having a great conversation with some of the young people seated behind me here from the 20th Ward that we recognized earlier with Alderman Moore. And for their edification, as well as for the public's, I think it's important to note that despite our differences and the things that we might debate about legislatively, I would hope that we're going to have unanimous agreement that treasonous members in the country should not be allowed to work for the city of Chicago, that traitors to the country should not be allowed to work for the city of Chicago. Because here in the city of Chicago, while the 50 of us represent diverse communities, we are pro-Chicago and pro-United States. We want our country and our city to succeed, and we want to engage in democratic process. We want to protect the rights and civil liberties and freedoms of everyone who lives in our country. And so much of what we do, and as messy as we can get here, that is something that I know from working with all of you, I think we all believe in. And so I look forward to supporting this and to making sure that we in the city of Chicago are making a unanimous statement that we're one of the most American of our American cities, and we will fight for each other and for our country and for our democracy until we have no fight left in us. And that means setting and defining boundaries that, despite who you voted for to be in the Oval Office, we respect the rule of law and our democratic process, and traitors and treasonous people to that will never be welcome as an employee and to be counted as a public servant among some of the greatest public servants in this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do rise in support of this effort. And as a resident of the city of Chicago, as a father, as someone who sees with great concern what's happening in our country, it is extremely urgent the City Council takes every possible measure to indeed protect our Constitution, to protect the right of due process and liberty and the ability to speak. I think that when we see insurrectionists not only being pardoned, but being emboldened across the country, I think Chicago is a beacon of hope. Chicago is a city that continues to protect these very fundamental rights, as these insurrectionists have not even been pardoned, but being emboldened to harass and persecute and target even some of my constituents. We had even one of our faith leaders being harassed in her own home by seeing these individuals. And then we have to wonder, is this the America, is this the country, is this the city, is this the state that we want to see for our children? And then we got to look at each other's eyes and within each other and see where truly lay those differences. Because today, as we speak, law enforcement is being weaponized against innocent people. Federal resources deployed and law enforcement misused. And again, Chicago is a beacon of hope and integrity. Today, when there's no due process, and as of recently, federal authorities are threatening elected officials that disagree to put them in jail. Is this the America they want to see for our children? So I ask our colleagues, do we got to do more? And this is the beginning, not the end. Because this is the bare minimum. I will call on the governor as well to work in collaboration with Mayor Johnson to ensure that we not only have this in the city at the state level, but within our most critical institutions, which is law enforcement. I will urge our colleagues, we've been in this body before, talking about Proud Boys, extremists, that cannot be in charge of the public safety of our constituents. That's simply unacceptable. And I welcome the same unity and support to have the courage of the moment to protect our city from the attacks. And I agree with the mayor of the city of Chicago, when even they want to hold federal funds, when our city is standing strong for our Constitution with our values, I think it's a call for action and unity to protect democracy, but also to protect the integrity of every Illinoisan, every Chicagoan. Anybody is at risk here. Anybody is at risk here. And that is called fascism, when there's no due process. And when all law enforcement is deployed on some people. And I condemn that. And I welcome every city council member to work together to ensure that this is the beginning to put protections on our city and our state. This is a time for action, as I see with great concern what's happening in our country. And I'm thankful for this effort, Alderman Villegas, and I call on you and other veterans to stand firm with our city body to protect our city from the attacks that we're victims of today. So thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of this important effort.
Very well. Before our final two speakers, I want to provide, very well, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. First, let me start by saying I remember January 6th as well. And that was a very sad day in our country's history. A despicable day where patriotism was fueled in an attempt to try to stop an election. But there are other things that I'm worried about too, like precedent in this room. The city of Chicago holds itself as a second chance city. Many of us have routinely vocalized our support for second chances. What does that mean? Where is the line that you're willing to draw on a second chance? Now, I'll be the first to say, thank you, that I don't believe that everyone that was pardoned should have been pardoned, 100%. You had officers who were killed, officers that were beaten trying to protect the Capitol building. And the people that were charged and found guilty of those, I don't think should have gotten a pardon. But that's not my decision. The President of the United States of America can choose whom to pardon. And I find that the part that troubles me, Mr. President, is that are we going to get into the business of choosing which pardons that we choose to consider better than others? That, to me, is a very, very dangerous precedent. According to the Office of the Pardon Attorney of the U.S. Department of Justice, even they note that it's very unusual for presidents to pardon certain crimes. It goes on to say, though, that, and I quote, both for federal conviction as well as the pardon, they still appear on your records. So there's no expungement. It's still there. But a pardon may be helpful in obtaining licenses, bonding, or employment. That is the United States government. Now, do I necessarily want some of those treasonous individuals here? No, I do not. But I also know, as much as I disagree with the pardons that we're discussing from January 6th, the previous administration made 80 pardons that have gone on, that any one of them could be hired by us right now. People who committed grand larceny, bank fraud, possession or distribution of cocaine, methamphetamines, or other controlled substances, even individuals with offenses against the United States of America. We're not talking about those pardons. And when I think about the message that we're sending here today, is that we're going to cherry pick what second chance looks like. That is a problem. That is a problem that I think that puts us on a path where if we look in our own communities, are we going to start having those kind of disqualifiers locally? Are we going to start choosing winners and losers from our neighborhoods? Are we going to start figuring out just what exactly we consider a second chance from the neighborhoods? Y'all could smile and laugh and giggle. It's not funny. For people who we have an office who's responsible for encouraging second chances for people. We have whole communities that we've told we are going to work with you to create second chance opportunities. Notwithstanding, of course, this is not a binding law. This is just a resolution we're discussing at the moment that doesn't force this administration or any future administration to do anything. But I think if we're going to have conversations about how we start cherry picking our values that we pride ourselves on, then we should be serious about what that's really going to do, how that's going to reverberate. How are you going to look? Again, you talk about looking your colleagues in the eye. Yeah, go ahead. Some have gotten second chances. Many of us have gotten second chances on things. I don't want to be the one to tell somebody else. But I do want to say this, that this, for me, is a very conflicting position to be in. Because those people did treason to our country. They injured our law enforcement. But at the same time, I don't know if I have the wherewithal to see this city go down that slippery slope again and again and again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to commend Alderman Villegas for bringing this forward. I think what we're talking about here is folks that not only committed insurrection on the U.S. Capitol, but they try to undermine our democracy after an election that they did not agree with. Look, as a restorative justice practitioner, I believe in second chances. I believe in reentry. I believe that individuals need to have a life after decisions that they make. But when individuals are trying to overthrow our government and undermine our democracy, should they have a place in working for the very government that they don't believe in, and through their actions have said that they don't have to respect their decisions? They trespassed, they vandalized property, and they seriously injured individuals. And there's fatalities. And I think that those sorts of actions need to have consequences. Now, my colleague is right. This is a resolution. But it is a resolution that allows us to stand firm on a position on what we believe the consequences of January 6th should be. And for those who decided to wake up that morning and participate in such vicious actions against our democracy. We took an oath to uphold and protect our democracy as elected officials. And that also means against folks that insurrect our Capitol and seek to undermine it. And so I support this resolution, and again, I commend the Alder folks who chiefed it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Also want to thank Alderman Villegas for introducing it. I'm just trying to figure out what world we're living in right now, because it feels very Twilight Zone to me, where we had somebody move to vote to suppress a colleague's voice about somebody being abducted for expressing their voice, and now we're having folks who think that being against domestic terrorism is a problem. I'm very confused as to what world we're living in here. I think you're right, people have an opportunity for redemption. I think we all do. It is a resolution, so it's actually a proclamation of values. There's not anything that changes the order of it. But I guess if we're thinking about drawing a line, yeah, domestic terrorism is probably the line, right? Maybe somebody trying to break into a Capitol building might be a step too far to work in government. And so I don't want to necessarily get worked up or make it a thing, but the fact that we're in the moment we are with the federal administration that we currently have, and we're not so self-aware that the things we're doing right now actually feed into narratives as opposed to standing up as the kind of city we should be proud of, is frankly embarrassing. We shouldn't be trying to rationalize things that are clear-cut. So yeah, I guess we'll go for a vote and see who's pro or anti-domestic terrorism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other alders that wish to speak before we move to our final two speakers? Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's very clear that the stance that Chicago took in that election. Obviously, President Trump only, I think, garnered about 30-some% in the city of Chicago. And the far majority of individuals in here are Democrats. I never voted for Donald Trump a day in my life, but my concern is more black and white. It's more on the legal side of things of, does the city of Chicago have the legal standing? And I'm sure you conferred with the legal department, or I hope, that we talked to the legal department. Do we have the authority to say yay to somebody or nay to somebody else, depending upon the type of crime that they committed? And obviously, as we know, these individuals, these particular individuals, were pardoned for their crimes that they had committed, which are despicable. Let it be clear. And anybody that was injured, especially law enforcement, for doing their jobs, it's horrible. My concern is just that, is the city setting themselves up for legal problems in the future? And that's what my main concern is. And I appreciate all the alders who brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other alders before our final two speakers? Farewell. Seeing no other hands, our final two speakers will start with Alderman Sposato. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also thank you for the opportunity to be second to last. I want to start by saying one thing before my colleagues and my media, or my friend and enemy colleagues and my friend and enemy media people twist something around. I, too, think this was a despicable, disgusting, terrible act. But as my esteemed colleague from the 28th Ward always says, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. This was 100% proven this was not an insurrection, okay? The own resolution right here doesn't even say resolution on it, okay? It was an attack, it was a riot by a bunch of idiots, despicable people. You could read into whatever you want. There's all kind of numbers going on out there. I read it, there might have been 25,000 people there. 1,500 crossed the line. 1,000 were only trespassing. 500 deserve no mercy as far as I'm concerned than those 500 that fought with the police and attacked the police. I have no sympathy for them. But the 1,000 that were just trespassing, we're going to ruin somebody's life, even though this is a nothing burger. We're going to wreck those people's lives. Does anybody here, I believe most of the people here are Christians, so does anybody know what week this is? Oh, it's right, it's Holy Week, a week of forgiving. So we can forgive some things, but we can't forgive other things. Does everybody remember what happened to this city a few years ago? The Black Lives Matter riots throughout this country? Like $550, $1 billion worth of damage. Government buildings attacked, police officers, 25 people killed. So that's okay, but this isn't okay. Once again, slippery slope. And legally, I can't imagine. I'm not an attorney, you know. I know 3 of the guys that sign on to this are attorneys, so they're much smarter than me. So maybe we do have some legal standing to say, we're going to pick and choose what you can and can't get a job for. We also have a reentry office in this, which I commend you for that, Mr. President. That's something I do believe in. People change their lives. I'm trying to walk a fine line here because I don't want to drag anybody into this, okay? I myself don't know if I would be here today if some of you people knew what I did, you know, 50 years ago or 45 years ago, you know? I mean, I didn't do anything really bad, but I did a lot of stupid drinking things that were maybe kind of unforgivable. So you forgive me, he forgives me, so I fully expected this to be a 49-1. It looks like now maybe we'll have a 47-3. I'm just asking people to find forgiveness in here. This was not an insurrection. The own resolution doesn't even insurrection. It's a riot. It was a riot. We went through riots a few years ago that 25 people were killed, billions of dollars of damage to this country, government buildings burned down, so on and so forth. And we do have a reentry person in this administration, which I support it 100%. I mean, people make mistakes in life. So to try to ruin somebody's life for trespassing people, really? I mean, like I say, once again, those 25,000 were total idiots, total despicable what they did. I wish I could talk to all 2,500 of them and just slap them in the face and say you're a real idiot. But I think we're just going too far. We're going into territory that's none of our business. I'm not an expert. Like I say, once again, we have 3 attorneys on here. A pardon I thought wasn't a pardon, but I guess that a pardon doesn't mean anything if you trespassed on the Capitol building on January 6th. So, but anything else you did, you burned down, you did bad things. I mean, we had riots in this community that we paid people settlements, you know, $2 million for one, $300,000 for another one, where people are there just to wreak havoc. So I forgive these people. I think you're a bunch of idiots. If any of you are listening, I don't know how many are from Chicago, but I'm not going to fall for this. I don't support this. You guys want to be mad at me, feel free to be mad at me. I'm not going to be mad at you. I am going to ask for a roll call vote. If you don't want to vote on this, feel free to walk out. And if you do vote in support of it, my feelings aren't going to be hurt. I'm not going to be mad at you. You're still going to be welcome in my office for candy and pop. So with that, I had no intention of talking about this other than voting no, but I felt I had to respond to this. So, but Mr. President, I appreciate you very much and the opportunity to speak. Not only speak, but to be second to last to speak. So thank you, sir.
Very well. Thank you, Alderman. For our final speaker, he's going to get his candy before the vote. Yeah. All right. Chair recognizes Alderman Villegas for our final presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this is timely because the further along that we allow this to fester, the more the story gets whitewashed. That people were on a tour, people were just misguided, we didn't know where we were going. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an insurrection, and what we saw on January 6th was America at its worst. I want to thank Alderman Conway, Alderman Taliaferro, and Alderman Martin for helping co-sponsor this event. On January 6, 2021, we witnessed a violent and shameful attack on our democracy. A mob fueled by lies and conspiracy stormed the very heart of our government, United States Capitol, seeking to overturn a free and fair election. This was not patriotism. This was not democracy in action. This was an insurrection. Let us be clear. Those who broke into the Capitol were not heroes, they were criminals. They assaulted police officers, vandalized government property, and threatened the lives of lawmakers. That's the reason why the National FOP, International Chief of Police, condemned the pardons by President Trump. They carry symbols of hate, used violence to impose their will, and attempted to subvert the Constitution they claimed to defend. Those symbols of hate told us exactly the people who we're dealing with. The Oath Keepers, an anti-American far-right militia who wants to overthrow our government, were present. The Proud Boys, a neo-fascist militant organization that promotes and openly engages in political violence. If you think you are safe, ladies and gentlemen, simply because you're on one side of the aisle or another, I have news for you. You're not. No matter where you stand politically, this is not who we are as a nation. In America, we resolve our differences at the ballot box, not through mob rule. Those who participated in this attack, those who encouraged it, and those who continue to spread falsehoods to justify it must be held accountable. We must always stand firm against those who threaten our democracy. This resolution is a step in the right direction in ensuring that we stomp out these vitriol groups. You should not be allowed to work for the same government you're attempting to overthrow. Plain and simple, there is a misalignment in values there. We must acknowledge this, even if Donald Trump's administration will not. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we took an oath, 3 of us, to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that oath does not have an expiration date. There's only been 2 times that I've thought about putting my uniform on and reactivating. September 11th and January 6th. Because this democracy is worth fighting for. And I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of this resolution as we continue to restore democracy in America, but more importantly here locally in Chicago. Let us stand firm together as a body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairman Rodriguez.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Little did I know this would be the most debated topic of the day. I've moved passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor for this particular item to be taken up by a roll call vote. Members, you will please use your e-vote applications to record your vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
That was awesome. Thank you. Good job.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device and refresh, and the voting is now open. Alderman Vasquez, that's not even a funny joke. No more roll calls. All right, I will now call on those who have not used the e-device for a voice vote. I think there's a delay. Yeah. Okay, Alderman Hall.
Yay.
Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Lee. Okay, you're a delay too. Okay. Alderman Moore. Alderman David Moore, okay, not present. Alderman Curtis.
Yes.
Curtis is a yes. Alderman O'Shea. Yes. O'Shea is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor. Taylor is not present. Alderman Mosley. Mosley is not present. Alderman Burnett. Okay. Oh, right, sorry. Alderwoman Silverstein.
Yes.
Silverstein is a yes. All right, have all those voted who wish? Perfect, the voting is now closed.
There are 44 yeas, 3 nays. This motion has passed. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairman Rodriguez.
Thank you. The second item on the agenda was a resolution R2025-0016420, recognizing Thursday, May 1st, 2025 as May Day, also known as International Workers' Day. And I'll take a brief moment to say that I stand with, I think, all of my colleagues in honoring the workers who built Chicago and the labor movement. From the Haymarket Martyrs to the Pullman Porters, Chicago has always been a cradle of worker resistance and solidarity. Known worldwide, May Day began right here in Chicago, with brave workers, many of them immigrants, demanding an 8-hour work day. They met with repression, and some paid with their lives. So as we mark May 1st, we stand in solidarity, not only with the workers around the world, but the working people of Chicago. Mr. Chair, I move that we pass this resolution via the first most favorable vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful vote to reconsider.
Hearing no, chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Don't worry. Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. As we pass this resolution, which I'm happy to support, recognizing workers, it should not be lost on any of us today that many of our covered employee work groups stood on LaSalle Street because many of their contracts have yet to be finalized, including the firefighters who've been without a contract for nearly 4 years. So as we sit here today to say, yes, we love our workers, yes, we love our employees, we cannot be hypocrites and ignore our own covered work groups, many of whom, from CACC to the firehouse, are still waiting for their contracts to be negotiated and finalized. So let's, as we pass this, make that our priority for having all of those completed by next month's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor that's already been made. Hearing no other objections, seeing no other hands, so ordered. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This concludes my report on workforce development.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the chairman of the Committee of Zoning, Landmarks and Building Standards, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on April 15, 2025. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains document number 02025-00160019, the amendment of municipal code to require special use permits for daycares, community centers, gardens, artist workspace, food and beverage retail, and medical services, all in PMD number 10, which is located in the 21st Ward. I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number 02025-0015-399, the amendment of municipal code to modify the definition of beauty shops, which received a do not pass recommendation. Page 1 also contains document number OR 2025-0015-944 for the waiver of permit fees for the landmark Rector Building located at 79 West Monroe Street. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on, pages 1 through 14 contain various map amendments in the first, second, and Mr. President, Alderman from the second ward has something to say.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Brian Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman Burnett, and thank you to my colleagues on the Zoning Committee for passing this major redevelopment proposal in my ward on a unanimous vote of the committee. I just wanted to briefly point out that this major mixed-use project with residential and commercial and retail is being constructed with private money. There is no public subsidy, no tax dollars, no TIF money, no grants, nothing. This is the public support for the private sector at its finest. It includes 70 affordable units, ladies and gentlemen, in a neighborhood and a city that desperately needs them. I just want to make the point that the market can work if we support it. The market can work if we encourage it. The market can work if we simply get out of its way. And that's exactly what's happening here. Yesterday in my comments, I directed most of my remarks to my residents who came down to testify on this project, many in favor, but many against as well. That's the nature of projects like this, as you all know. You've dealt with it yourself. And one thing I tried to stress to my neighbors was that there are significant benefits to the immediate residents of this community of Old Town for this project, despite the fact that some of them were losing their views and they weren't happy about that. I get that. But the benefits to the immediate neighborhood far outweigh the detriment, and the same thing applies to the city as a whole. And I just wanted to conclude by pointing out that our Department of Planning, Mr. President, has studied this and has concluded that this project will bring in $10 million a year in new tax revenue. $10 million a year. We all know we need it, and I'm sure you have some ideas on how to spend it, but I'm glad to make that contribution to our economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairman.
Mr. President, we will proceed with the other amendments which were in the 4th, 5th, 8th, 15th, 16th, 20th, 21st, 26th, 27th, 28th, 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 35th, 36th, 37th, 39th, 43rd, 44th, 45th, 46th, 47th, 48th, and 49th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, page 15 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area 24 feet above grade in the 3rd, 21st, 27th, 32nd, 34th, 35th, 36th, and 41st wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the agreed-upon calendar, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from Clerk Andrea M. Valencia a total of 138 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Clerk Valencia from the following alderpersons: Alderperson Laspada, Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dow, Alderperson Robinson, Alderperson Yancey, Alderperson Hall, Alderperson Mitchell, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson Mosley, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Talaferro, Alderperson Cruz, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Villegas, Alderperson Mitz, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Lawson, and Alderman Lawson would like to speak to the Stan Hollenbeck resolution.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam Chair. I just wanted to call out one of the resolutions I put in today. We lost Stanley Hollenbeck earlier this year. Stan was a longtime director of the Legislative Reference Bureau, born in the shadow of Wrigley Field, and a bit of a Renaissance man, a folk singer, a civil rights activist, a historian, and one of the best writers that's probably ever staffed our city council. He wrote our resolutions for years, and in retirement continued to write resolutions for most of us in his spare time, because it was something he loved. And he loved the city, and he loved the city showing appreciation for its residents in every corner of the community. And so I wanted to bring that forth to honor Stan, to thank him, posterity, for everything he gave us. And if anyone is interested in co-sponsoring, shoot me a note. We'll get you all on it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well. Thank you, Alderwoman. Yes, apologies there. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you. On a sad but a happier note right now, got to know Stan early in my career. He was an awesome individual, so I didn't hear about his death. I'm not sure how old Stan was, but Stan was always there to help, and he was a great individual. So I'd like to be added to that, so he was a good man. And I'm sure he touched any of us that been around for, I don't know, at least the last, how long? 3 terms, maybe? I don't know. So, yeah.
Exactly. He was the ripe old age of 80.
Yes. Okay, 80.
But a good full life.
A young 80.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent. Oh, it's all right. That's the note that I have. My apologies. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. And Alderman Lawson, I'd like to be added to that resolution too. Finally, Alderperson Gardner and Alderperson Hatton, and I move all of these in the omnibus, Mr. President.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this brief. If there's no objection, I would move to include all aldermen as co-sponsors to this Hollenbeck resolution.
Leave to have all of the alders added to this resolution. Very well. There are no objections. Alderwoman Harris, the motion for the passage of the agreed-upon calendar of the omnibus. Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. New business. Mr. Clerk.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemptions from physical barrier requirements from commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Haddon has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Haddon also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portion of West Howard Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Manaha Hoppenworth has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Manaha Hoppenworth also has a proposed ordinance for designation of the 48th Ward as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Martin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-100-030, allowing city to vacate final determination of liability on certain parking and standing violations for vehicles reported to enforcement agencies as stolen, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Martin also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 5145 North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Clay, Alderperson Martin, and Alderperson Hoppenworth have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-3-0500, designating 4400 through 5099 North Broadway as a pedestrian street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Nuts on Clark Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lawson also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Title 17, to require special use by right permits for rear dwellings and conversion units and to establish exceptions for ground-level rear dwelling and conversion units in certain B and C zoning districts, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3229 North Broadway, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Knutson has a proposed ordinance for honorary street designation as Ella Jenkins Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley and Alderperson Hopkins have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 10-20-030, by replacing it in its entirety, requiring persons performing work on the public way to notify the Office of Emergency Management and Communication of any electrical hazard present constituting danger or health to residents, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Riley has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of South State Street and West Huron Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Vasquez and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on amending the Chicago restoration and landscaping practices and creation of sustainable parkways, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Vasquez and others have a proposed resolution to call on the 104th Illinois Legislative General Assembly to pass transit management reform and revenue omnibus package, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez and others have a proposed resolution to call on the 104th Illinois Legislative General Assembly to pass OMA reforms that would reduce administrative burden on 3-member bodies, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Nugent has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as James Jim McDonald Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas has a proposed ordinance to call for hearings on the installation of speed cameras at various locations in Chicago during the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Villegas and Alderperson Moore have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-92, by modifying various sections and adding a new Section 2-92-550, requiring city agents exercising contracting power to work with the Chief Procurement Officer to ensure compliance with stated goals, which is referred to the Committee on Contracting Oversight. Alderperson Villegas and Alderperson Moore have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-152, by adding a new Section 2-152-151, allowing relevant work experience equivalent to college degree for eligibility to hire to positions in city employment unless skills required can only be obtained through advanced degrees, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderperson Villegas has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Rodriguez-Sanchez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the Committee on Health and Human Relations for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Cardona has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the 31st Ward Automatic Expense Account for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Cardona also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-4-331, to prohibit cannabinoid hemp products in the Belmont, Craig, and Hermosa residential area, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Telefiero has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Telefiero also has a proposed order authorizing the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation to negotiate intergovernmental agreements with the CTA, the RTA, or both to establish a pilot program for safe pickup, drop-off services for minors for public events at specified locations, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Ordinance 020-2022-2365 to renew emerging business permit issued to Cayenne Robotics for operation of personal delivery device, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Fuentes has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the 26th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Scott has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as honorary Officer Ella French Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Scott also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Roosevelt Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Tabares has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the 23rd Ward Wage Allowance Account for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Tabares also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and package good licenses on portions of West Archer Avenue and West Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Mosley has proposed ordinance for an approval of plat of Chicago Urban League re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mosley and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Sections 17-3-0207 and 17-4-0207, removing by right permit requirements for residential storage warehouses in B3, C1, C2, C3, and DX zoning districts, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Excuse me. Alderperson Taylor has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on a portion of South Cottage Grove Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Curtis has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as honorary Dr. Hattie B. Jones, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Coleman has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of South Damon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Ramirez has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-022 to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of South Archer Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Lee has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at 615 West Pershing Road, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Excuse me. Alderman Lee also has proposed orders for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of South Halsted Street, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Pat Carroll Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Beal has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the 9th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2025, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Harris has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as the Rink Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Harris also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Joyce Chapman Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Harris and Alderperson Mitchell have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title IX by adding a new Chapter 9-109 to utilize automated school bus enforcement systems to record violations regarding overtaking school buses, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Hall has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Officer Thomas Eugene Wortham IV Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Yancey and Alderperson Quezada have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on use of police traffic stops in Chicago, the impact on public safety and reform efforts undertaken by the Police Department and Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Dowell, Alderperson Irvin, and others have a proposed amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 8-16 by adding a new Section 8-16-021, allowing the Superintendent of Police to declare curfew for mass gathering events, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Hopkins has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signed signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Espada has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 9-100-045, increasing violation citation issuance date from 30 to 90 days after installation of new automated speed enforcement system, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Your Honor, that concludes the introduction of aldermanic matters.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now for the approval of the journals. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm not aware of any corrections to the journals for the February 26, 2025 and March 12, 2025 regular meetings, and from the April 7, 2025 special meeting, and move that they be approved.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am aware of one piece of unfinished business. The piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Espada, and I defer to him.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Espada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have noticed and filed one item of unfinished business with the clerk pursuant to Rule 41. This item passed in the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety on October 21st, 2024, and was deferred and published at the October 22nd, 2024 City Council meeting by myself and Alderman Cruz. This is item SO 2024-0010993, Amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-108 by adding new section 9-108025, establishing a public enforcement pilot program for residents to submit recorded evidence of covered parking offenses. After discussions with the administration and the Department of Law, this ordinance will need to be substituted again, and I feel it would be best to do that back in committee. So I move to re-refer this item to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to, yes. Reconsider. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you, Alderman Espada. Espada. Yep. All right. Here we go. Alderman Mitchell, on a motion to adjourn. No, tease it. All right. Anything else? Oh, no, I'm teasing. Are you aware of any other further unfinished business?
Mr. President, I'm not aware of any further pieces of unfinished business.
Very well. For miscellaneous business, the chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
I'm aware of 3 pieces of miscellaneous business. I'm aware of 3 pieces of miscellaneous business. The first piece of miscellaneous business was filed by Alderman Vasquez. However, the ordinance he proposed to move to discharge from committee was heard by the Committee on Education and Child Development on April 14, 2025, and reported out earlier at this meeting, and the Rule 41 notice was withdrawn.
Very well. Thank you. So this item has been disposed of. Thank you, Alderman Mitchell. The second item.
The second item was filed by Alderman Villegas, and the Rule 41 notice was withdrawn. I defer to him.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Chairman Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. President. I have sent a letter to the clerk rescinding the Rule 41. We have been in discussions with Corporation Counsel and have agreed to have hearings, briefings rather, to discuss the wrongful convictions. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we're bringing this up is because of the fact we have to have serious discussion around the city's exposure, number one. Number two, given the recent verdicts, $50 million and $120 million, which I would add, $120 million is the largest verdict in U.S. history. And so we have to figure out what we're going to do here as a city, and I would have those discussions. We will have those discussions in private with Corporation Counsel. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell. Is there another item?
The third item was filed by Alderman Hopkins to discharge the Committee on Committees and Rules from further consideration of a re-referral. He has informed me that he has withdrawn it, but however, I'll defer to him.
Very well. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. The intention was to have a vote on the matter in Rules Committee today. However, the clerk is now distributing, it's not a substitute resolution, it's actually a replacement resolution, which has been duly submitted to the Public Safety Committee. A hearing will be held promptly on that, so there's no need for a Rule 41 vote today. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. President.
Of course. Thank you. Alderman Mitchell, is there anything else for miscellaneous? except for just the date and time, I believe.
Yeah. Except for the ordinance setting the date and time for the next meeting, I'm not aware of any further miscellaneous.
Thank you,
business.
Alderman Mitchell. For the date and time, Alderman Mitchell.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, May 7, 2025, beginning at noon in the council chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago. The ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Alderman Mitchell.
I move
May 7th at noon.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move passes in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. For the omnibus roll call, Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Now, Alderman Mitchell on the motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.